Zones, everybody, and welcome to another stream. Today we're going to be playing some more Cinderella Phenomenon. Hopefully getting on a little bit better with Karma this time, though I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. We shall see how we do though. I am going to get this going. I swear to goodness gracious, this is the most annoying game to get started sometimes. No, I don't want to quit. Yes, I want to. Do I want to quit? I don't know. Do I want to quit? Yes. Because I need to go to the other save. Yeah, sometimes this game annoys me. So as a heads up to anybody who actually wants to stream this game, this is one of the most frustrating games to get going as far as the OBS and Streamlabs goes. I was swapping between OBS and Streamlabs to try and get this working today, because I was really hoping to get it working, and it is now, but it took me nearly an hour and a half to get working, which I don't recommend. So just factor in extra time to bug fix and double check that the windows are actually capturing, as a heads up to anyone who wishes to play this game on stream. I wish I'd known this going into it, but I did not. So I subject myself to torment so you don't have to. But yes, welcome back everybody. Today we're going to be continuing Karma's storyline, which I'm hoping we'll get some extra context behind the Beauty's Curse and what that means for Karma. Because, like, I was pretty darn sure that we would be flipping backwards and forwards, like seeing him flip backwards and forwards from female form to male form, but it seems like he can do it at will. Or maybe it's, like, based on the company that he's going to be around on the day. I don't know, and I want to understand the details. So, let us get into it. I do not know why I agreed to this when nothing changes. Okay, so these were our last history of choices. So this is our history of choices for this sort of sequence. Thumbtack says, hello. Welcome in, Thumbtack. It is good to see you. How are you going? We're just getting back in and having a look at all of our decisions. Which I didn't think we were gonna have a look at the decisions, but like I like having a look at my decisions. I like thinking about my life choices. The king has told you that knights are meant to use swords to protect you, but you cannot trust them completely. Even though father said that they would keep me safe, sometimes the people we trust are the most deceitful, dear. And a man with a sword has a weapon that will use against you. No matter what he says, be wary that he can turn on you. Haven't I told you before that you should not trust people? But the knights are... Even knights can be treacherous, Luciette. Do not trust a man with a sword. He can be dangerous. Yes, mother, I understand. Try to understand, my sweet, for I only want to keep you safe. Yes, I understand. You got Karma with Durian. If you don't come at me like you truly mean to stab me, you'll never land a hit. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. It's been about 2 weeks since I first saw Karma here in the forest practicing with Garland. Oh, cool. Let's see. Hello, welcome in, Paige. Yes, I am. I am live. I survived. I survived the Lerona for the 3rd time. For those that weren't aware, the reason I wasn't streaming last week is because I had COVID again. I have had it 3 times total now, and I'm still not dead. So, like, to be fair, my immune system does a pretty good job of keeping me alive, and I've got enough of a voice to be able to chatterboxer away for as many hours as I need. You sound good though. I am good. It took me like a week and a bit to get over COVID. I've still got like a light cough that you'll probably hear every now and again, but I'll try and turn down the volume anytime that I'm coughing, but it's very intermittent. mostly with temperature changes, and I'm getting the coughs now, so that's a plus. Paige says, I start school on the 1st and I have no friends in my classes. No, that's the worst. I hate it when that happens. Was it just a case scenario of the individual class schedules didn't end up working out, or was it something in particular that's happened? Let's see. What's the main choices? So, is he being overdramatic? I doubt that someone like Durian. Oh, goodness. Durian could fall in love with Karma. Be subtle and quiet. Garland tells me you're usually good at that. I am, sir. Then why the exception today? Sir. Darling, it wouldn't happen to be because of the way I'm dressed, would it? I'm still not used to it. See, it can't be because Karma changes based on, like, who was actually physically there. Because he turned into a woman around Durian, and then also ended up, changing into... Oh, like, either or. Like, he's swapped between them to give them both better practice. So, like, I don't know what the deal is with this man's curse. Or why it's got such weird condition. Like, why can't it just be straightforward? I want to understand you, Karma, but boy, you don't make it easy. Paige says, just random, but still sad. Yes, I can empathize with not being in the same classes with people that you like and are friends with anymore. You will get through this year, but it will suck. At least for a bit. Hopefully you can catch up with your friends and stuff during breaks, though. I don't know, how many breaks and stuff do you get in a school day nowadays? Okay, so it is because he was dressed like a lady, of course. Durian, you should hit him on the head for that. I think you should. Yes. But princess, he's not delicate at all. Is she laughing at me? Yes, she is. You and Karma seem to get along. Doubt it. Oh, princess, you wound me. You always say that. You wound me where Durian's blade cannot. Something flashes in Durian's eyes as she readied her sword again, and Karma stands at the ready as Durian rushes at him with her sword. Their swords clash again. I wonder. Karma, your back's open. Karma turns. Durian taps him on the shoulder again and laughs aloud. I did it! A single hit! It looks like you have a weakness too, Karma. No, it wasn't a weakness. It was a lack of sleep catching up. Sure. For sure. That's the reason. It's not because you're totally in love with me. As you should. I am stunning. But even still. I don't blame him. Basil says, Paige says, 12 weeks split over 4 breaks, 3 2-week breaks, and 1 6-week. Oh, okay. So that's a bit of breaks then. What about during the individual, like, lesson day? Do you have, like, a lunch break and then, like, a morning and afternoon tea breaks? Or is it only, like, the lunch break now? It's been a while since I was obviously anywhere near the school system. So I'm not 100% sure how it actually functions nowadays as compared. Oh, my school gets 1. Oh, that's shit. That sucks. Hopefully you can actually catch up with friends and stuff on lunch then. Okay. So this is like the confession stuff. So this is mostly it. We got 3 breaks last year. They hated us and changed it. That's so mean. How dare they? Well, tell them that they're rude and that they should change it back, because having extra break times between learning is actually beneficial to the brain. If you can put forward a case for it, they're gonna have to listen. Especially if enough people are petitioning for more breaks. Let's see. Vol says, hey, how do? And hey, Ambi, hello. How are you, Vol? Today, I am once again out in town with Karma. running errands. Since we've been partners, he insists on me coming with him every day. Why do you need a new dress? Because a lady needs all kinds of dresses in her closet. Variety is key when you want to make a good impression. Why would you want to make a good impression on people in a disguise? A disguise is meant to conceal you. It does not exist to be flaunted. Oh no, darling, I only wear the disguise to stop the curse from working on people. It's not really meant to conceal anything, bar the fact that I'm a man. Oh! So... wait. So, the curse doesn't... wait, but do you just have a lot of wigs? Is that how this works? If so, dang, you got good wig skills. Can you teach me, please? Like, genuinely? I want to know. Being doted on by a married woman or a woman in love with another man is especially troubling. Oh dear. Yes, I would not want to be having that happen either, no. Is the curse really that powerful? Karma leads me over to the dress store and our conversation pauses when he goes to the store owner to give the specifications for a new dress. When we leave, Karma suggests going someplace to reward me for all my hard work. You're treating me? Why wouldn't I, darling? You've been helping me for a while now. What is this feeling? Gratitude? Karma does owe me for everything that I've done for him, so why do I feel like this? You know, it would be much easier for you to just help me carry bags. Oh, there! Let's buy one of those cupcakes. Completely ignores me. So lovely. Karma cuts through my suggestions easily. Does he really dislike work so much that he'd rather pay me off for helping him? I mean, it seems like he's kind of a lazy slacker. Karma takes me to a stand showcasing all kinds of cupcakes. There are some with coloured frosting and others with fancy decorations. Some are especially eye-catching, like bright blue cupcake decorated with little stars. Anything catch your fancy, ladies? All of them, actually. Alas, I do not think eating on them all would be good for my diet. What do you think, princess? We'll share one? I turn back to the cupcakes, which I realize are big enough to share between two people. What cupcake is big enough to share between two people? I do not care how big the cupcake is. One cupcake is mine. You get your own. That is my cupcake. You can have another one. I mean, if you really want to have like a little taste, like I'm not gonna mind. But don't just go eating half my cupcake. I got that cupcake for me. And you're supposed to be paying me, sir. Am I choosing one for myself or the one that Karma would like? I guess he is treating me, but... Two different cupcakes catch my eye. Ooh, decision time. One has tiny little creatures sitting on top of the frosting. It seems to be a lizard of sorts. Though it is strange, the colours remind me of Karma's dress. Imagine being told that you have a dress that looks like a lizard. The other cupcake is decorated with little white chocolate pearls. Those pearls are small and somehow cute. But Karma might like the other cupcake? So it's between those two. Which would you like, Luciette? I'm going to pick for me. I like the idea of a cupcake with a lizard, but honestly, the smaller cupcake sounds like with the pearls sounds nicer to eat. I don't know if I would feel comfortable eating a lizard. Let's see. Soup says, who are you eating? Oh, hello, Soup. Welcome in, welcome in. I do okay, just back from doing the shopping, about to go make dinner. You? Not too bad, not too bad. Just finally got this all working, so I'm happy vibing and enjoying the game. Soup says, it's a cake shaped like a giant cup. Exactly. I'm gonna go with the cupcake with pearls. I'll have that one. Princess, I didn't know you liked such cute things. Ew! Was this the right choice or the wrong choice? I don't even know at this point. I can like cute stuff. I can. That's precious, darling. I hope he doesn't tease me about this later. Let's go enjoy this somewhere else, shall we? Okay, you got a cupcake. Karma leads me to the middle of the plaza, and the two of us find a table. He walks off to get a fork and a knife before returning and handing a set to me. Do we really need a knife and a fork to eat a cupcake? So, before we got your dress and you distracted me with cupcakes, we were talking about your curse? Were we? Well, that's not a very interesting topic. I was glad that we had gotten off that tangent, to be honest. Why don't you want to talk about it? You have your secrets just as I do, Princess. But the whole point of pairing up is to help each other with our curses. Princess, you want to help me? Only because it's necessary that I help him so he can help me. Sure. Sure, girly. Yeah, okay. I see you. I see you. Trying not to care, but you care anyways. Soup says, I'll be in the background modding the chat while I go make dinner and stuff. I appreciate you, Soup. Enjoy making dinner. What's on the dinner table, the menus for tonight? I haven't made any progress helping you, though. You said that you would provide me with opportunities. I'm not very good at that, am I? I'm sorry, Princess. Well, I don't think I've done anything for you either. But Princess, you've been helping me for the last few weeks. Whether or not it is an obligation, you are still good company. Ooh, good company, he says. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Good company? No one's ever told me that before. They only chide me for being difficult to speak with. Hey, there's a little cupcake. Okay, I'm glad I chose this one. It's a chocolate cupcake. That's so good. Soup says either sweet chili chicken tenders with salad or chicken breast with salad. Fairly boring, relatively healthy. Okay, I'm proud of you for eating. Thank you for eating, Soup. Much appreciated. Karma starts cutting the cupcake, his knife sliding through the frosting and cake with ease. I've definitely never seen such refined manners for a simple dessert. What was your life before the curse, Princess? I have no need to tell you any of that. Oh no, not necessary. I am curious. Would I be doing a good deed in telling him? I don't think so. How about we trade off a fact for a fact? You give me a story today, I'll give you one tomorrow. Oh, that's a good deal. I really want to know. I'll take the deal. I'll take it. Soup says, have you eaten yet? Yes, I did eat dinner. It was Greek biryani was what I had for dinner today. Just before stream, I made sure to eat before I started streaming. Thank you for checking. What makes you think I'm interested in your life? Well, you do keep asking me about my curse, dear. Only because we're working on breaking our curses. Okay then, we won't talk about the past or any secrets. We can talk about this cupcake instead. What? Why does he always insist on changing the topic? Can we please just get back to the subject at hand? Yes, this cupcake. If you insist on sharing a story for a story, then I will tell you something about me. Oh. Yes! Getting a story for a story. Yellow says, Andy, hi, how are you? Feeling better? I'm feeling so much better. Thank you for checking in, Yellow. It is so good to see you. How have you been, friend? But I am fully recovered from Le Rona, fortunately. Funnily enough, this is third time, so like I'm like basically invincible towards it at the moment, so long as I'm careful. I've got an odd cough and stuff every now and again, and I'm a tiny bit on the raspy side, but I am still quite happy to be here and I can breathe properly, which is a pleasure. I've still got to wait for my taste to properly return, but that is a small price to pay. Well, for me being overall better. The sense of smell not being 100% is going to be tricky at work, but yeah. I'll work it out. I'll explain to the customers and they'll be fine. Yellow says, I've been sick with the spicy cough too. First time for me. Oh no. It's not a lot of fun, is it? I'm not a big fan of Miss Rona, but you know, she likes me and she likes to hang around. So, how are you doing with everything at the minute? Sort of settling down. Like, are you still sick, or are you in recovery phases? How are you doing? Yellow says, I picked up like 3 new hobbies while I was stuck inside. Ooh, which 3 hobbies? Which hobbies? I do like hearing about people's hobbies. And my taste is basically gone at the moment too. Yeah, like I can't taste anything. It's like I've burnt my tongue really badly, and like there's the vaguest taste of like tomato when I'm eating like sort of like Greek biryani or something, and like the textures are more intensified. But it's not overly flavorful. You know, I'm eating out of necessity, not necessarily out of enjoyment at this point. You didn't seem the type to want to share. I normally do not see any reason for sharing things about my past. No. Mother once told me that to confide in someone else was a weakness. But more than that, I've always worried that others would judge me. No one's ever wanted to listen to me, and I know enough about others' opinions of me to know that they think I am the one at fault. Always. I wouldn't judge you, Princess. I mean, I wouldn't judge you for not wanting to say anything to me. I've divulged nothing to you, after all. A story for a story. That's the deal, right? I expect you to keep it. Or rather, fact for fact. It's not like I have to tell him everything, just something about myself. Let's see. Yellow says, nope, it's horrible. I had like 3 proper meals over the 5 days I was stuck. Just no appetite and have to force the food down. Oh no! I'm so sorry, that sucks. It's not easy to work on. Were you making sure to drink lots of water and stuff to help with the recovery later? Soup says, oof, I was lucky not to lose my taste, but I did have trouble breathing and more exhaustion and soreness from it. Yeah. Are you still sore and stuff at the minute, Soup, or not so much? How are you doing as well? This is a bit of a check-in, because everybody seems like they're getting sick, and like, at least where I am, it's the middle of summer, so it's a bit unusual. Soup says, oh no, I heard that you recover okay, the spicy flu no fun. Yellow says, I'm basically over it now other than lack of taste and a small cough. So you and me are both in a similar boat then, Yellow. I'm happy that you're getting better and that you're excited to get back to work. I am excited to get back to work as well. Because as much as I love lying in bed, I get bored very quickly. Especially since I was stuck in bed and not able to do pretty much any of my normal tasks. Like, I could barely walk to the kitchen to get food, so I was stuck by myself. It wasn't fun. Soup says, that's good. I hope the cough and lack of taste goes soon. Yes, I hope it is too. Soup says, nope, I'm all better and invincible. Of course you're invincible, honey. You can do anything you set your mind to now that you've had McDonald's iced coffee. Yellow says, I've been making sure my water glass is always full. Yeah, it's the middle of summer here too. Yeah, I think we got sick at similar times. Oh my gosh, the boredom was killer. Yeah, I know. Like, at least I got to work on my platforming skills for tomorrow. So for those that aren't aware, I will be doing a live stream tomorrow with Ace Phoenix Gamer, which is a Super Paper Mario stream. And I need to learn how to platform better. I've got some fine motor skill issues that makes it tricky for me to use controllers and stuff to do platforming. So I sometimes will get frustrated, but I've been getting better at it as I've been improving my motor skills overall. So that's been really good. I spent a lot of the time that I was over playing, a lot of the time that I was sick playing Hades. So I'm about halfway through Hades now. And then I also was spending it playing a lot of like actual just Paper Mario games. Well, not Paper Mario, Super Mario Bros. Games, as well as like Mario Maker, and I think Sonic. I don't know why, but Sonic just keeps popping into my brain. Outside of like Pokemon Violet, because you know I gotta get my Pokemon in somewhere, and if it wasn't Violet, it was gonna be Arceus. So Arceus? I don't know how to say it. One of the two. Yellow says, yeah, I think we got sick at similar times. What was some of the hobbies you ended up picking up while you were bored and doing, Yellow? Also, same for you, Soup. What did you both end up doing? Soup says the boredom sucked, but luckily I slept through it mostly from the extreme exhaustion. Yes, that is fair then. I will tell you about my life at the palace. It's not as if it's a secret. No, I doubt that Karma would understand. Ever since Mother died, the palace had been a cold place. Why the surprise? Is it because you see Emma, Jane, and Rod and assume we're all one big happy family? I do have to admit that Princess Emma Jane seems quite gentle, and Prince Rod is quiet, but he seems like an honourable man. When I saw you and the Princess at the dress store, Princess Emma Jane seemed very nice. Is she not? Her kindness is fragile at best. She tries far too hard for it to be genuine. Her insistence is irritating. I have never wanted to be friends with her. The king took a second wife after my mother died, as if she never mattered to him. Karma is silent, and I continue to talk, my emotions loosening my tongue. I had meant to stop there, but the words just kept coming. The only one who ever showed me any affection in the palace was Mother. The king never paid much attention to me in the first place. He treats Rod and Emma Jane far better than he's ever treated me. What was your mother like? Well, all of my fondest memories are of her. She was always with me in the palace, teaching me right from wrong. She taught me how not to show weakness, and who to speak with. Who to speak with? Needless conversation is useless. People are often very likely to lead astray. That was the reason I never saw any reason to speak to the townsfolk. Will you judge me as everyone else does? No, Princess. I'm not judging you. I'm just a little sad. Sad? Why would he be sad? Sounds like you've lived quite an empty life. It was not an empty life. But it sounds as if your mother separated you from everyone. It wasn't as if the townsfolk would have accepted me anyway. Mother said that they were not to be trusted. Princess, about your mother. I will not hear you speak ill of Mother. No. I only had a question about your mother. Karma coughs. I pause to stare at him as he clears his throat. What is it? This... Oh gods! I hear the change immediately. His voice is lower. Far lower. The soft gentleness is gone. Karma puts his hand to his throat and grumbles. Karma's voice is teetering on the edge of sounding unmistakably male. Something we've done's accidentally caused a switch. Oh no! And he's in public! Oh no! Let's see. Yellow says, oh nice, I spent a lot of it playing Violet and then also picked up gem art and embroidery. Ooh, feel free to send some stuff that you've been working on into the Discord if you would like. Soup says, I think it's pronounced Arceus. Yeah, I think you might be right. Yellow says, I had to get a friend to bring us snacks and things to do and a table so I could do things and lie down for my back. I'm glad that you had someone to actually help you out with that. Yellow says, showing weakness is not a bad thing. I agree, Yellow. It is not. It is a strength because it takes a lot of vulnerability to be able to say, I'm not okay. And people that manage to do it, I'm very proud of all of you. I've always wondered how he's able to change his voice, but I forget to ask him about it. What happened to your voice? Oh, it's Miss Karma. I turned to see a young market girl approaching us. She looks at Karma adoringly. I've always wanted to speak with you, Miss Karma, ever since you complimented my dress that one time in the dress store. Uh-oh. How the heck am I going to get out of this one? Your dress is lovely as always, Miss Karma. Karma? Miss Karma, are you okay? I'm quite fine. I cannot help but giggle as the girl takes a step back, looking shocked by Karma's now deep voice. Karma curses again in his deep voice before forcing a bright smile onto his face. Excuse me, I'm feeling under the weather. I notice he's trying to change the pitch of his voice, but the highness is only annoying now rather than soothing. Oh, I'm sorry. Karma turns to me urgently, but I'm far too amused to offer any kind of assistance. What is it, Miss Karma? Oh, Karma's smile is forced. His eyes are glaring at me. I laugh once again, not able to help myself. His expression softens, but only slightly. Tease Karma, leave with Karma. Let me just hit a quick save. Oh boy. I'm gonna try and leave with Karma. Like, Yellow says, yeah, let me put a picture of some stuff, finish things in the Discord. Haha, awesome. I will send the Discord link if you need it, but I believe you're already part of the Discord community. But for those who aren't, feel free to head over to the link below and join us. I hop into the chat once a week-ish whenever I'm not sick in the VC, so you can say hey and get to know everybody over there. They're all lovely people. I think we better get going. Karma nods his head. I'll have explaining to do if we just sit here. Is there nothing I can do to help you two? Oh, no, obviously not. I'm sorry. Dang it! Luciette, can't you just be a little bit nicer? He does not look amused. Why? I'm only trying to get us out of here faster. Leaving. He takes my hand and curtsies politely to the girl as he pulls me away. Karma, you sound sick. It's run out. Run out?
The potion that Parfait makes for me. I must have talked too much.
You talk too much? Karma puts a finger to his lips as we stroll through town. He shakes his head, making it clear he won't speak to me until much later. When we arrive at the tavern, it's already dark. Karma pauses and turns to look at me. What?
You have a nice smile, Princess Luciette. I'm glad I could make you laugh.
Of course I laughed. You sounded ridiculous.
It's worth sounding ridiculous just to see you smile.
You and Rumpel really are the same. The comment doesn't even faze him. He smiles widely as he leaves for his room. Dang, okay. Yellow says, yeah, it's in there already. I just popped them into the art channel when you want to look at them later. Awesome. I will have a look at them after stream. Thank you for sharing those, Yellow. I appreciate it.
I'm glad I could make you laugh.
I cannot get those words out of my head, even though I'm supposed to be resting for the night. I think I should go see if Karma is practicing with Jurian or Garland. I leave my room to go down to the reception room. Delora and Parfait let me go to the forest at night alone now, since they know that I'm meeting up with Karma. Parfait is in the reception room tonight, reading a book. I was always told that reading in the dark was bad for your eyes. Princess, I didn't see you. I noticed that she's closed the book, and now I can read the cover. She's reading Cinderella?
That's my fairy tale curse.
The great war caused by the fairy tales, right? Yes, that's right. And yet you're reading one. Curses are based off the fairy tales after all. But why are you reading Cinderella? My curse isn't anything like the fairy tale, it's reversed. True, but the morals remain the same. In order to become Cinderella, you must become good like her. Cinderella had everything handed to her by a fairy godmother. I had everything taken away. Princess, have you truly had everything taken away from you? Compared to what I used to have, what I have now might as well be nothing. You have friendships and people who enjoy your company. No one in this tavern enjoys my company. Are you sure about that, Princess? I think you just have some difficulty trusting that we all like you. Like me? Why would you like me? You've become like family here. I haven't even been here that long. Doesn't matter. Everyone here at the Marchen is family. Family? You're saying that everyone at the Marchen is like family? Princess, you're one of my boarders. You're more than just a regular here. You live with us. Like I said, you're family. I speak more with the people here than I've ever spoken to my own family. In the palace, I was always alone. The only person I could speak with was Fritz. Are you going to watch Karma practice? I nod in response. Be safe, Princess. As I head to the door, I recall what happened earlier today. Parfait, what's the potion that you make for Karma? You mean the potion that I make to change his voice? He begged me to help him when he first designed his disguise. Karma makes a beautiful woman, but he didn't think that the illusion would be complete without a convincing voice. You know how picky he is. Is there something else on your mind, Princess?
Karma hides his curse, but you must know the conditions for breaking it, don't you?
Faye does not answer. You do know what's going on. Or are you also keeping it a secret?
Princess Luciette, not everyone likes to talk about their curse. I think it would be better if you asked Karma directly.
I just don't understand why he won't tell me everything when I'm trying to help him.
Just as you think your good deeds are difficult, there is something about Karma's curse he can't come to terms with.
I put my hand to the necklace around my neck. I still haven't performed any good deeds. Can I really do this?
I'm going now. I walk to the front door and into the forest. I decide not to think about all of this, at least not until later. Clara says, "Hello everyone, how's it going?" Not too bad, Clara. We're just getting into a good bit. We're getting some details, possibly, into Karma's curse. So how are you going, friend? How are you? Whatever you get up to today.
I wish all this was simpler, and that Karma wasn't cloaked in so many secrets.
Oh, flashback history time.
Mother, I went to town today.
Oh? I told you not to go to town. Did your father take you?
He told me it would be fun.
And was it?
No. Everyone looked really angry at me, but I don't know why.
I've told you before, haven't I, dearest one? The townsfolk are jealous of you.
Jealous?
They're bitter about their lots in life because of what they will seek to use you for your status. You cannot trust them, Luciette. You cannot trust anyone but me. Trusting others will only lead you to heartbreak, Luciette. You need only trust me because I will never hurt you.
Mother knows best. Oh boy. Luciette's mom is getting worse and worse the more that I hear about her. Oh, I want to slap this woman so badly. I've been at the March-In for a couple of months now, and I still haven't managed to do a single good deed. Today, I went out to the town with Waltz to buy new ingredients for parfait. The two of us have been very quiet, which is uncharacteristic for Waltz.
Princess?
What? Did Karma explain why he wasn't coming with you today?
Princess?
Does Waltz not like my company? Is that why he's asking that why he had to fill in for Karma? He said he was tired. Oh. Waltz turns his head, eyebrows furrowing in confusion. The town feels different today. It does.
I feel as if there's people watching us.
How can you tell? With practice, I have a lot of eyes on me when I'm doing my puppet shows, after all. Even before then, I was used to being watched, I guess. Before you were cursed, but why? I was more conspicuous as an adult, I guess. An adult? Oh, right. You have the Neverland curse. You remembered. Yes, I have the Neverland curse. I told you that in the tavern once. You're stuck as a child when you should be a man. That's right. It is a little inconvenient, but I've gotten used to it. It's so much more straightforward about his curse than Karma. The two of us go into a store where we find little cups that Parfait had asked us to buy. After I pay, Waltz automatically picks up the bags. What a good man. You know what? He's very helpful. I like Waltz. I would have dated Waltz first if that was an option, but I understand why that's not an option. I got a thing for pirates. I don't know what to say. It's like right there. It's right there. Clara says, would you consider Luciette to have an enmeshed relationship with her mum? It seems like she's dependent on her daughter being by her side. Ooh, that is a bit of a take. As far as like an enmeshed relationship, I definitely think that Luciette's mums caused Luciette to have a dependency on her that's far from normal, and to cause Luciette to only rely on her as a sole form of regulation. So in that way, I would consider it to be enmeshed. In other cases, it's a little bit tricky to tell because we're only seeing the little bits and pieces of what's happening in the flashbacks, in addition to what Luciette says. But the contrast between what Luciette says about her mother and the flashbacks for how she actually is are quite disjointed from each other. So I reckon there is an enmeshment happening, and quite possibly a lot of mentally preparing to make sure that Luciette ends up being cold and somewhat unfeeling. But I don't know what the reason behind it is. I reckon there is a reason, I just don't know. She is forced to trust only her mother and doesn't have any say about whether or not she's allowed to go outside of the castle, and there seems like there's violence and stuff happening in the background too. Like, she's got a very strong fear response to her mother's opinions anytime that she goes to talk to her. Like, she's either in tears or about to be in tears, and then seems to like shy away and shrink backwards away from her mum in any of the flashbacks. So I'm like, I don't know. There's something going on here that's not right. Clara says, I just made dinner, rice, and mixed vegetables. I experimented with adding a few spices and a tiny bit of honey soy flavoring. Although since I used a few things, it's hard to tell what taste is what. Does it taste good though? I'm very proud of you for making dinner. Making food is a tricky task. Clara says, yes, it's very sus, poor girl. Though it could be fear response at being yelled at, verbal abuse. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. If it is like verbal abuse, though there is like a sort of memory where she's like shrinking back suddenly as if she was about to be hit, which is why I'm like, this doesn't read as good. In either case, verbal abuse, by the way, has the same response to the brain as physical abuse does. There are a lot of tests and stuff run on this. I can find sources and stuff later. I will chuck them into the Discord. But the brain perceives verbal abuse as physical damage. So it's just as bad, if not worse, because you can't prove anything's happened. But you've got the memory of it still recurring in your brain, and then the fear responses get automated. It is horrible. Farah says, that makes sense. Yes. So it's part of the whole social rejection sphere, because humans pack animals, whether we like it or not. And as a result of us being pack animals, the fear of rejection of any kind and threat of another human being rejecting us is physically painful. Especially when it comes to like deep critiques of character. Because that gives us a higher likelihood to be left out in the cold, away from food, etc., and left for dead. So, according to primitive part of the brain that doesn't understand the way that modern society works, it's a very, very deep level, that fear, and it's very real. Clara says, yeah, I have that fear response from verbal abuse, which has led me to that. I mean, it makes sense. If you are struggling with any forms of like abuse or anything, please make sure that you know that there are some resources that can help you out. I will be chucking more of those resources into the Discord later on in a resources channel. So if you do require help in any way, shape or form, or you'd like to talk to some more professional supports, there'll be some links there as to what it is that you may be able to look at for the future. Obviously, I'm not a licensed professional. I do not have like anything that happens on these streams is just us like muddling things over and chatting about things. But if you do need that extra support, it is out there. It can be hard to see where to find it sometimes though. Also, if you do need to duck out of the stream at any point in time because topics are too heavy, please feel free. I want you all to feel as safe as possible, and if that means that I get a few less views and it keeps you guys safe, that's what matters most to me. So if you need to duck out, please feel free to go get some water or something. I'll try, and if I can see that there's something that possibly is going to come up, I'll try and give you guys a trigger warning and things, but since this is my first time playing the game, it is a little harder than with some of the other games that I've played. But yes, otherwise, with that little jump, I will read Clara's response and then we will continue again. Clara says, I see. I hadn't looked at the rejection side of things. That explains some things. Yes, it does. Especially if you've got ADHD. So, and I know you do, Clara, as do I. But this is a noted thing. There is a thing that is looking at getting put into the actual DSM. I think it's getting possibly put into the criteria for ADHD for the DSM-6 when that comes out, though they're in the revisions process. But it's rejection sensitivity dysphoria, because there's the intense awareness of other people potentially rejecting you for who you are based on like the continual like social impact of being discredited because of daydreaminess and bullying, etc. that tends to be comorbid. So that's another thing. It's not like a separate diagnosis or anything. It's just something that quite commonly comes along with the territory for rejections. And people with ADHD can be quite sensitive to rejection and can get quite dysregulated from said rejection. Again, I will check resources and stuff in the Discord, so if you want to get some of those resources and things that I have many on ADHD, ASD, and a whole bunch of other things from studying it for about 10 years. Even though I'm not like theoretically a licensed professional, I have been told by licensed professionals I should go into diagnostics for specifically ADHD and ASD. Or at least to be like some kind of a life coach. I don't know where life's going to take me, to be honest, but I have a lot of stuff. So if you want a starting point for some research for yourself, feel free to head over there. I'll chuck some things in later. Clara says, yes. Wait, did you say something about daydreaminess? Because yeah, the ADHD brings out a lot of anxiety. Yes, daydreaminess. So one of the parts of the criteria, most people think of ADHD as hyperactivity. Hyperactivity, as far as ADHD goes, can be either externally presented or internally presented. When you have externally presented hyperactivity, that means that you've got the sort of tapping and stuff that you'll be doing. You might be constantly needing to pace or move around. One example that I've had given to me on multiple occasions by multiple ADHD people over my lifetime has been that they can't ever take a phone call sitting down still. Is that they have to be pacing with the phone, or if it was like when they had corded phones, they would be constantly like fidgeting the actual cord of the phone through their fingers the entire call and like shifting around in the seat or maybe tapping on the side of their leg, something like that. So that's what an external presentation can look like, similarly to running up and down or climbing lots of trees, stereotypical ADHD things. But an internal presentation of hyperactivity can look like having a really vivid imagination and chronic daydreaminess, like you're constantly thinking about things that are kind of over the top of each other and then overlay over the top of the real world. So like you're trying to pay attention and listen, but your thoughts keep kind of grabbing you and getting you stuck in this sort of almost like nonsense land. It's not actually nonsense. but it's what was a good example that I got given a while ago? It's like a whole bunch of trains rushing over each other in the middle of like a city park central. You know how loud it gets in there because there's all the different trains squealing at different temperatures, like at different pitches and stuff, because some of them have greased wheels, some of them are the modern trains, some of them are a bit of the older sort of carriages, and there's just that clatter and there's the chattering of the people, and you're trying to hear a conversation that you're having with somebody else that you're right next to, and it's really difficult to hear because a train's just gone by. Imagine that. That is what in some internal hyperactivity can present as. Like you're trying to cut through massive amounts of like brain fog and trying to just constantly tune back into reality to try and hone in tunnel vision and hear the person in front of you and trying to lip read at the same time. It's just, it's a lot. Other things that can be common with people with ADHD. I'm going to drink some water because I did not expect to be talking about ADHD today, and that's an interest area of mine. Over 10 years I've been researching this. Well over 10 years. I've written several essays and stuff on this criteria. But yeah, so you've got the ADHD factor going there. And the external world might be completely quiet. It might be somebody is at the front of the classroom while you've got this train crash going in your head. And then somebody calls on you in the middle of class and says, Andy, what is the answer to 2 + 2? And you won't hear the first part of the question. So you'll be asking to repeat the question multiple times, and you still might not be able to 100% catch it, or there'll be a delayed response because your brain's trying to work overtime to try and catch up from all of these different train winds at the same time as trying to hear the teacher. And then sometimes you'll give a really wrong answer, or like in my case, when I was at uni, you accidentally put your hand up because like you've heard that the conversations and stuff have stopped. You think the people are just like waiting. It's like, oh, you can ask questions at this time because you were trying to pay attention. You really were. But then you just missed it, and then you end up on like a representative team for something that you had no planning for and you had no idea that was even getting cast votes on, and you're the only one that put up their hand. And then you get yourself into 4 semesters worth of extracurricular work because you raised your hand. I mean, it worked out fine. It was a good experience, but oh boy, it can be frustrating. Let's see. There it says, oh, Andy, you just described my life. Yes, that's my brain sometimes. Yes. So external hyperactivity and internal hyperactivity are 2 different factors of ADHD. Yellow says brain go burr. Exactly, the brain goes burr. Yellow says so many thoughts constantly, or if I'm tired, I just zone out into my imagination suddenly. Yeah, another thing is sensory overwhelm. There are kind of different types of sensory overwhelm criterias that apply to autism versus ADHD, for example, because they do have some overlapping criteria and shifts and changes. But as far as the ADHD criteria for sensory overwhelm goes, usually it's a case of the brain getting too tired out from the external and internal hyperactivity, and then it makes it ridiculously difficult to process and hear things and do all this other stuff, which then comes across as you forgetting things constantly, not able to keep track of your belongings, all those things that people tend to associate with ADHD. If people are interested, I can do a stream where I talk more about the criteria for ADHD. Again, keeping in mind, not a doctor, but I have studied this for over 10 years. And if you do want to get like an assessment, and you can access an assessment, because I know in a lot of countries it is difficult to, or you may not have the funds to be able to access that, etc. I would always recommend getting a professional opinion. But hey, look, if you wanted to chat about it, I can explain some of the reasons why you may be having some difficulties if you've already got the diagnosis, or you may be suspecting you do. Let's see. Yellow says it's like trying to pay attention to 4 conversations at once, but only one of them is a language that you understand, kind of thing. So often I focus so hard on what people are saying that I hear nothing they're saying because I'm focusing not on what they're saying. Yes, that is me. That is 110% me. In my case, I have another condition that's comorbid to both of the things that I've got already. Well, a lot of the things that I've got already. That is an auditory processing disorder. So an auditory processing disorder means that your brain has difficulty processing the meaning of the words that are coming into your ears. So it can take a little while. It's like having a really laggy computer browser, like a browser on your computer that has really unstable internet and just keeps trying to reload and then can't quite load up the page. And then like 10 minutes later, it'll load that page. Yeah, that's what that's like. It's frustrating. Clara says, oh, that happens to me a lot. I'll just miss conversations and need things repeated or just vacate my brain. That's a lot of work. It is a lot of work. Eli says, oh yeah, I have similar, except that I will hear what they have said after it's repeated. My brain hasn't processed it, then I ask them again and they've got halfway through saying it. Yes, that is the auditory processing aspect. So a lot of the time, auditory processing disorders are comorbid for ADHD. Comorbid, I'm going to break down that term first. Comorbid just means that it occurs at the same time as one condition or another and is common enough that it is kind of something that falls into both criteria. So you can be diagnosed with both conditions and you need to keep both conditions in mind in order to be able to appropriately treat the first condition. Because sometimes you'll have overlapping conditions with multiple things that need to be treated. Also, if I'm speaking too fast, please let me know. I have been told I have a tendency to do so. But yes, the sort of brain lag and having that window of needing to catch up and then interrupting somebody because you now get what they're saying, very common ADHD thing. Very common auditory processing disorder thing. So yes, there's a reason why there is the diagnostic criteria with specifiers. Sarah says, oh, I didn't know that was sensory overwhelm. I thought I was just tired or relaxed, maybe zone out. Yeah, so there are a couple of reasons why. Obviously, there's a lot of reasons why you may have had the responses that you were at the different times, but I can go into that all the time. I can go into that separately. Yellow says, oh yeah, ADHD and autism can be quite comorbid. Yes, they can be quite comorbid. You want to know what another interesting comorbidity of ASD and ADHD is? Being part of the LGBTQIA spectrum. I don't know why there's such a heavy comorbidity. And it's weird to call it a comorbidity because it's not like a coexisting condition that would commonly be thought of. But divergencies tend to have a lot of different ways of coming out. And speaking of coming out, yeah. So there is I think it was, now I'm going to double check my homework. I'm going to double check my homework on this, but I can't remember whether it was a 70% chance or if it was 65, so it's like 60 to 70 chance. I'm pretty sure it's the 60 to 70 chance that a person with ADHD or autism will likely be on the LGBTQIA spectrum. But again, I will link resources and stuff in the Discord for those that are interested. If you're as interested in this as an area, let me know. Again, I can write papers on this stuff. Again, this is a hyperfixated, massive interest area. I'm that one friend that literally everybody goes to when they need a diagnosis. I'm the reason why my family members have been diagnosed. And several family, like extended family members, plus friends of friends of friends, and a whole bunch of stuff. It's, yeah. I'm being a nerd. I'm being a nerd right now, but like, you know what? If you guys want to hear me be a nerd, I'm happy to be a nerd. Yellow says, I think speaking fast is another ADHD thing because you have so much going through your head and then you have to get it out fast before it's gone. Not sure though. Yes, it is quite a common way that hyperactivity tends to manifest itself. I have to think very consciously to be able to speak slowly in a way that people are able to understand. So I'm actively trying to slow down my words at the same time as talking. So you've probably seen me on streams before where I'll just completely forget a sentence in the middle because I'm trying to actively slow down my brain enough to be able to speak at a normal speed unless I've taken my medication, in which case that's a bit easier. But pills do not teach skills. What they do is help to treat the chemical imbalance partially for ADHD, but they do not necessarily help with the active doing of the thing in some cases. Clara says, yes, there's a YouTuber and author I love who is autistic and a trans woman. Yes. Eli says, my partner and I both speak really fast. Yes, it is. All my friends are neurodivergent and some just think it's what everyone does. And they're almost all LGBTQIA. Yeah, there you go. I love hearing you be a nerd. Well, I'm glad that you enjoy hearing me be a nerd. I feel like I almost should change this to a just chatting stream at this point, because my goodness. But yeah. Clara says, all my friends are LGBT and most of them are neurodivergent. Yes. Another thing is, let's say this is a PSA. So this is a PSA. Any of you guys or gals and non-binary pals and any other denominations and divisions and ingoblinations that have neurodiverse friends, either ADHD or ASD in particular, if you've got a couple of them in the same friend group and you're all relatively on the same wavelength, or you're on this similar wavelength to that person pretty much most of the time, there is a higher likelihood that you have ASD or ADHD. Because, as they like to say, birds of a feather flock together. There is a reason why a whole heap of people that like anime and things that have intense interests, like for example at conventions are neurodivergent hotspots. Specifically neurodivergent as in like ADHD and autism, although you will find other neurodivergent people, such as people with high-level anxiety disorders and BPD. You'll find people with schizophrenia and on DID. I think that's the correct term now. I'll need to double check. There's a lot of terminology that is also changing quite quickly within the mental health sphere. So I need to make sure that I'm up to date with the current terminologies as they're shifting and changing, so that way I make sure to respect the appropriate language. Because again, I want to make sure that everybody feels safe within the space. So if you tell me how you identify as a certain way, I will try and respect that. But yeah. Let's see, Yellow said birds of a feather flock together. Oh gee, I just said that as you were saying it. Yes. That is very, very common. It is. So much so that there are like massive conventions and stuff. Like I remember every single time that I would go to a convention specifically for a niche thing, like anime or like particularly like really niche animes. Like I remember going to a now this isn't a niche anime anymore, but at the time it was. So it was in like the first month of it being released. It was called Dr. Stone. I went to a speakers panel with two of the voice actors and stuff that were chatting, and they were chatting to the audience and things just in general. And a whole bunch of the people in the audience, and there were like 27 people there, were all neurodivergent. And this is at least half of that section had ASD specifically. So like, I don't know what it is, but like the more niche the thing, the more intense the interest, the more likely you're going to see more people who have like intense hyperfixations on particular interests. It just draws them to a crowd. If you've got something you're interested in, go to a place that has a lot of people that are very into that specific thing. see how many neurodivergent people you can pick out. Yellow says, as a person with terrible anxiety, crowds and conventions are some of the only conventions that crowds I can deal with. Yes, that's exactly it. It's like the crowds and conventions, because they tend to be filled with a lot of like-minded people, also tend to be a little bit nicer as far as that. Let's see. Yellow says, oh gee, lucky, I remember finding that like episode 2. I know, it was so good. I haven't finished Dr. Stone admittedly, but I did talk to the voice actors and stuff because it was such a small panel and they had so much extra time between the next person. They just kind of sat around the stage and then let the people that wanted to come up and actively talk to them like sit around on the floor next to the actual little podium thing that they had. And then they just came and sat and chilled with all of us and went, okay, so there were a lot of questions about people who wanted to get into voice acting and how to get into voice acting. It was a really, really cool seminar. Like, I absolutely enjoyed that panel to pieces. And it's given me a lot of inspiration for how I do voices and stuff now. So, hey guys, if you can hear me, y'all excellent voice actors. I really admire you, and you gave me some really good tips. So thank you to the cast of the anime Dr. Stone, to my reading voices capacity, in part. Farah says, I found out that one D&D friend also has ASD, which ticks off all but one friend as being neurodivergent. You may need to talk to them about that, possibly. But there are some people that also do not wish to be assessed, and that is also valid. So maybe just bring it up as an option, I guess. Yellow says, I'm waiting months and months and months so I could binge it. I know, because like I have trouble not binging things the second that I find something that I'm really interested in. I just get consumed by the interest, you know? It just like grabs me by by the shirt collar, and it's like, this is your life now. Have fun. And for however long I'm watching that particular thing, I will go and find as much extra media, extra lore as is humanly possible and just keep grabbing onto more and more. At the minute, that's the Owl House. That's a whole other rant and ramble for another day, but like it's got to the point where it's like, okay, the actual production value of the Owl House, how it was written, who ended up writing it, why the context for certain things were placed as they were, the way that it got funded, how it ended up getting defunded as far as that goes, whether or to the point where I was trying to actively ask questions of Dana Terrace on Reddit. And she is very active on Reddit, for those that want to know. So it gets to be a lot, and it's not like I'm trying to be an obsessive fan. I wish I could just be chill, but I can't be chill. Once it gets to that level of interest, it just lives rent free in my brain, and then my brain's constantly coming up with like temple scripts and stuff like fanfic scripts and stuff in my head just like run all day. It's brilliant. It's great fun, except when I'm trying to do literally any of my household chores and things that require mental sustained attention, like, I don't know, trying to write my own stuff. No, the Owl House pops into my head, and it's like, I should really watch this episode again, because you know what? That was a dang good episode, and I bet that this and this and this and this and this and this and this would happen, and if things went just a slightly different way, then this could have happened, this could have happened. And it's like, brain, focus on your work. Please. But no. Sarah says, yes, I like being around neurodivergent people because they have been so far very accepting of friends. Not all of them will be. Obviously, there are different types of people in the world. Some people will be mean. Some people will not be mean. So always approach people with a bit of kindness and stuff towards where they may have been prior. But also, you do not deserve to be treated like trash if people are treating you like trash, and you have every right to walk away. Yellow says, I always laugh when people are super into a thing and like know everything about it, and they're like, nah, I'm absolutely neurotypical most of the time. You latch onto a thing and you know everything about it, you're some sort of a neurodivergent. Just wish more people understood that. Yeah, that's where I got into. That's part of the reason why I started questioning it myself, because I was late diagnosed. Even though, like I said, I've spent well over 10 years researching it, because all of my family members and stuff have ADHD and ASD. And I was the only one that was missed. Yeah. That hurt. It's like, oh yeah, you're the neurotypical one, you're the normal one, you've got to set a good example. Like, how the heck am I supposed to set a good example when I don't even know what a social cue is if it threw a shoe at me? Like, I know now, because I've spent a long time working on all that kind of stuff, because I kind of have to. But even then, I still get it wrong. There are going to be things I just genuinely don't understand. Like, when someone says a joke, sometimes I may not get it. Other times, I will get it and then pretend that I don't get it because it's funny. But it's tricky to know the difference sometimes. Clara says, I have this weird longing, like, I cannot be apart. It's like almost physically painful with my latest fixation. Yes! That is exactly how it is. Like, it just seeps into every part of your life. It's physically painful. And like, you want to know what the worst thing is? When you're hyperfixated on something you hate. I have had this happen. I don't hear a lot of people talking about this, but you can have a hyperfixation on something you loathe to the point where it is like you have massive rants about this one particular thing and it just keeps coming into the back of your mind forever, and then you're stuck. And it's like, I don't even like this thing. Why am I talking about this? Why does this always come up? What's the point? I don't care about this thing. I don't know why I'm upset about it. But it's just like your brain has decided this is the interest. You don't get to say this is the interest. Even if you hate it, this is the interest now. That's it. Let's see. Yellow says, oh gee, yes, the Owl House. Yes, it does. I love the Owl House. You're making me want to rewatch it. I want the season 3 to be on Disney Plus already.
Well, Yellow. Yellow.
I know you don't like taking it slow any more than I do when it comes to the Owl House and binging it. But they already have been releasing the episodes on the official Disney YouTube channel. So that way the international viewers can see it. So if you want to watch season 3, they have the episodes and have been releasing them at the same time as it airs in America to the official YouTube channel. That is how big the Owl House is. So big that Disney came out with a public statement saying, okay guys, we messed up. This was a bad plan. Like, this is the first time they've ever done that, and like, mind blowing. Anyway, that's totally different interest, totally different obsession. But, but it's there, you know. Clara says, though it does settle, I'm less passionately obsessed, but tends to be interested in things for a very long time. Yes, sometimes another thing that can happen with interests that are hyperfixated ones is they can kind of take a back seat and be kind of in the background for a while you've got other interests going. So sometimes the presentation can look not quite as intense, but the second that somebody starts talking about that thing again, you kind of hold on to it again. And it's been there for such an ongoing long time. For example, some of my friends, their hyperfixation is Pokemon. They got me invested in Pokemon because of the fact that it was really important to them and I wanted to partake in their interest. So I started playing Pokemon games, and I had never really played Pokemon games. I had no interest in Pokemon, but I liked seeing that they were interested in Pokemon, so I decided to start playing with them. Then other people, it'll be a case scenario of they've got like, say, you know, we've got the people that are really interested in the Pokemon and stuff, and then they have all these other interests, like particular fandoms or like Tumblr memes. Another thing is like constantly reciting off Tumblr memes and like having them come to surface level. That's echolalia, but that's like a totally different thing. It just tends to be quite common. It's a way of verbal stimming and reeling off things that are completely theoretically unrelated. But yeah, I can, again, more criteria stuff. Anyway, let's see. Yellow says, oh yeah, I have the not getting jokes to, and when you yet when you don't have hyperfixation at the time, you feel lost. Yes, the loss of the hyperfixation is real, especially if it's resolved itself for a while and starts to settle. But yeah, it's genuinely a thing. Clara says, yes, I used feel that I used to cry over school holidays because I had nothing to fixate on. Billy says, what rude? Why not just release it on the app? Yes, I agree. Clara says, yes, that's me with drawing. I literally did not know how passionate I was about drawing until I had 3 people tell me how passionate I was. One of them being a course advisor at the fancy university and the other being a teacher I had. Exactly. Sometimes you just don't know. Yellow says, oh gee, as a kid I was super hyperfixated on it, and then I gave my brother the same fixation when they were teens. Yeah, exactly. And sometimes you transfer hyperfixations from one person to another as well. It's really interesting. I realize that people are probably here to hear me play a game. So I really want to keep talking about my hyperfixation. However, I do want to acknowledge we are here to play a game, and I do want to hear what happens in the game as well, because this is a very good story. But once again, for those that are interested in hearing me go onto more rants and stuff about this sort of topic, I probably will hop into like a VC at the end of stream and can continue chatting with you there on that. So if you are enjoying my random shenanigans with my interest, feel free to like hop in later on into the Discord after we've finished up stream for the day, and we can chat out there. I look forward to meeting you all bit. Yellow says, yeah, I verbal still with random velociraptor screeches. Well, yeah, that's great. Clara says, haha, I either go meow or have been saying Pikachu. But like, no, not Pikachu. You go, Pikachu! Like, it has to be in that tone of voice. That's okay. Clara says, oops, I do not take responsibility for derailing you off topic. No, it's okay. It's the hyperfixation. Like, I can't help it. It just, the second someone mentions it, it's there, it's done. I don't have anything I can do, you know? Yellow says, the hyperfixations at work. Yes, exactly. It's the hyperfixations. This is what I mean. I meant what I meant. In any case, we're currently shopping with Waltz, so we need to go and talk to this man-child. It has been nice chatting though, because I do like chatting about the interests. So like I said, you want to chat later? I got you. I'll be in the Discord. His help is nice for a change, and I have become so accustomed to carrying the bags on my own. Clara says Waltz is like, you've been standing here for hours. He has been. I am so sorry, Waltz, my beloved.
It was the scarecrow again. I'm sorry.
But I'm not sorry. It's not something I need to apologize for. But also, I understand you not wanting to just like stare at my eyeballs getting ever closer for like an hour. So like, that's fine. So, have you made any progress on your good deeds? You can see from my necklace that I have not. But you've changed. I still don't see how I've changed at all. Karma hasn't taught me anything about doing good. Sometimes in order to do good, you need to realize that some things about yourself first. Maybe Karma's not so bad at helping you with that. He is a selfish, flamboyant, and acts as if the whole world revolves around him. But you're still partnered with him, aren't you? I am. I'm okay with Karma's company. Most of the people judge and shun me. But Karma hasn't done that. He's even mentioned enjoying my company. I've become more tolerant of him too. Ooh, become more tolerant. Really not wanting to say how you feel. I see, girl. It's okay. Oh, princess. Walt's eyes light up, and I see him pointing to a crowd of people gathered around the center of town. A woman stands in the middle of the crowd, telling people's fortunes. We should go see if we can get our fortunes told. Come on! Fortune telling! Yes. I like this plan. Okay, let's see how well we're doing. I wonder if this will actually give us like an inclination as to who we're closer to ending up with, or if it'll be like a stagnant thing. Curious. Let's see. The crowd around the woman only grows larger until nearly half the plaza has been taken up. I find myself pushed around in the crowd as I try to follow Waltz. The crowd is dense though, and in no time at all I have lost him. Waltz! I call for him, but I do not see him over the dozens of people in front of me. I wait for him on the outskirts of the crowd. He should be able to find me. I make my way out of the crowd to the edges of an alleyway. But Waltz did still not appear. 10 minutes go by, I consider walking back into the crowd, and then I hear a voice behind me. Are you looking for someone, madam? I feel someone grab my hand. I slap them away and take a step back. When I turn, I find a man standing behind me in the alleyway. I didn't mean to startle you. What do you want? I want to help you return to the palace, Princess Luciette. You know who I am? I do, Princess, and I can lead you back to the palace. Who are you? Someone who's working for the king. But the king doesn't remember me. The only people that would remember me are witches, fairies, and those with a curse. Who exactly is this man? You're lying. Princess, why would I ever lie to you? Now come. I'm sure that everyone at the palace would be very happy to see you. The man grabs my hand roughly and begins trying to pull me through the alleyway. The first thing I try to do is scream, but the man clamps his free hand over my mouth. The crowd is getting farther away from us and no one can see us in the shadows. Princess, I swear on my word, I'm bringing you back to the palace. Wait for an opening or fight back. Wait for an opening. You'll be expecting me to fight back. I have to hold my ground until there's an opening. Victorian and Garland do in this situation. Nice and obedient, yeah? Better that way. After all, I'm not the bad guy. The man walks me down the alleyway, his hold on me still tight. I'm forced to walk with him until we get to a dead end. Now where's that passageway he was talking about? Now's my chance! What is this that I see before me? I look up to see Karma standing on the rooftop right above us, in his disguise, holding a sword, a broad grin on his face. Madam, you might hurt yourself playing with that sword. You might want to put that down. What's this, sir? Do you feel threatened by me? You should. Karma jumps down from the building and raises his sword in front of him. His eyes are angry, the earlier jovial personality fallen away. Anyone that attacks a lady has to pay for the crime. Karma rushes forward, moving faster than I can see, even in his long dress. The glint of the sword causes the man to fall backwards, loosening his grip on me. I step back from the man's hold and watch as Karma points his sword at the man's neck. Now I have a sword and you do not. Do you really want to test your luck, sir? This isn't worth it. The man runs off, leaving me alone with Karma in the alleyway. What's this? You're a lot cockier just a few moments ago. I breathe out slowly as relief rushes over me. Princess! Waltz approaches from where the man had run. So did you meet the coward fellow on your way here? I bumped into a man who looked as if he was running from death. Oh my, I feel oddly accomplished.
Karma and Waltz's voices become faded and indistinct as my vision blurs. I'm suddenly light on my feet. All the adrenaline from earlier has dissipated into thin air. I feel tired. Princess! Before I can collapse, I feel arms pulling me back up. Rest easy, Princess Luciette. Close my eyes, fall into blackness. When I wake up, Anise is setting a tray of food down by my bedside. She doesn't notice as I slowly rise from the bed. Anise.
Oh, Princess, you're up. We were worried about you. Lady Delora and Lady Parfait said that you were just out because of shock. But still.
How long have I been asleep?
Just a few hours, Princess. Don't worry about the chores for now. Lady Delora said that if you're feeling better later, you can use Mr. Broom.
Just thinking about using Mr. Broom gives me a headache. Where are Karma and Waltz?
Waltz is scouting around the town looking for the man that captured you.
And Karma? I think he might be in his room, Princess. He's got patrol tonight, so he's resting a bit. If he has patrol tonight, that means he was resting this morning too.
How did he know that I needed help? Do you need anything, Princess?
No. I'm going to go visit Karma.
What? To thank him?
However, he knew. If Karma hadn't been there, things would not have ended as well. Yes.
That's sweet of you, Princess. Oh, Lady Delora wanted to talk to you about what happened. When you're feeling up to it, of course.
Okay. I wait until Anise leaves the room before I follow after her. It's only after I exit my room that I realize I do not know where Karma's room is. Anise must have assumed that I already knew, with us being partners, after all. It's fine. I do not need Anise's assistance for this. I'll find Karma's room on my own.
Vol types A, yes, yes, yes. Vol, what's up? I just woke up from an epiphany nap. What epiphany nap? What happened?
Goodness. I think I know what my first chat with a therapist will be. Ooh, dang. Okay, what's the chat for the therapist? It takes me some time, but eventually I find a room with his name on it, the door in careful, flowery letters. It suits him. I simply open the door without thinking to knock. First mistake.
Was it a mistake?
Hi, sir. Apologies, I should have knocked. Damn. Well, says me. Well, you see, Doc, then I begin to explain Homestuck. I'm stealing that hair. Yes, feel free to steal the hair. Also, yes, explaining Homestuck, that would definitely be a way to start a therapy session. Clara says, a flower tattoo. Yes, I love the tattoo. Like, what little I can see of. That looks cool. I expect to find Karma laying in bed, but instead he's standing in front of the mirror, changing clothes. Uh-oh. Princess? Oh. I don't think I've ever seen a shirtless man before. Oh, indeed. Right. He turns to me and the realization that he's standing there in just his pants hits me hard in my stomach. My face feels incredibly, uncomfortably warm. Why are you just standing there? Put your clothes on!
And then I notice the large tattoo on his chest. It is a rose ensnared by many vines. I stare at it for a few moments before Karma puts a hand there to conceal it.
It's rude to come into a lady's room unannounced, you know.
Karma slips on his usual dress carefully over his head, then approaches me. I take a step back without realizing. Karma raises an eyebrow, then smiles at me mischievously. It's a familiar look, but it rattles me more now than it ever has before.
My princess, you're red as a tomato. You okay?
Does this man always need to point out the obvious? I'm fine!
There's no need to shout, darling. Now, what did you come in here for? To see me, the beautiful Karma.
Does everything have to revolve around you?
Well, you are breaking into my room. I'm barely able to stifle my sigh.
Well? I cross my arms and frown at him. His smile makes it harder for me to get my next words out. I came here to thank you.
Do my ears deceive me? What did you just say, princess? Princess?
Thank you for saving me.
You're quite welcome, princess. It was my pleasure.
I should leave. Wait,
what?
I turn to leave, but Karma grabs my hand and pulls me back.
But, princess, don't you owe me something?
So Karma was expecting something in return after all. God, I should have known.
I think you owe me an apology. You did come into my room unannounced, after all.
What is he talking about?
Since you broke into my room, I demand that you help me with my makeup. I will then forget your transgression.
Dang! Your makeup?
Yes, darling.
I thought you were resting because you were going on patrol tonight.
Resting? Nonsense! I have so much to do. My makeup earlier was so messy that I washed my face in order to reapply it.
I cannot believe I'm about to agree to this. Fine.
What a splendid day today is. Come along, princess. Let's do this by a mirror.
Karma pulls me over to the mirror where I can see both of our faces reflected. He has a surprising variety of makeup on the dresser beside him. I'm gonna read the chat again. Let's see. Ball says, Nasty put some clothes on. I did maths last night. What about the maths? Why were you doing maths? And I've been role-playing Gamzee for about 36k hours. Not in a row, but like all together. That's so much. Ball says, Andy, you need to date Karma. This isn't totally for me thinking of having a thing for red hair and green eyes. Karma says trans is canon. This is the Karma route. I am dating Karma one way or another. That's what's gonna happen. This is how it's gonna go down. So, Vol, congratulations, you get your wish. Also, don't worry, I completely understand. The red hair, the green eyes, beautiful. For anyone who has seen, or wants to see, this particular stream I'm about to talk about, so it's over on the YouTube, but there is a particular stream VOD on there titled An Ode to Gay Panic. You can hear one of my many stories about a beauty with leaf green eyes and red hair over there, and it's an IRL instance of me just fully breaking in half because beauty. Yes, so if you feel it's so inclined to see that and the one true ending for any and all romance novels that I ever play, feel free to go watch that stream. It gets referred to quite a bit over here because of some recurring memes. It was a fun shenaniganery. Paul says, yeah, Karma, my beloved. Like, yay. Yes, I am. I am a little bit. Just a little bit. I can't help it. She was a goddess. But anyway, if you want to hear that story, please refer to that pod. We're doing Karma's makeup right now. I don't even care much for my appearance. Why am I helping Karma with his makeup?
Now, which feature on the face do you think is the most important one to highlight, Princess?
What?
What are your eyes attracted to most on a person's face? When they're laughing? When they smile?
Why is he asking me for my opinion on something so trivial?
If someone was smiling, first feature I would look at on their face would be... Let's see. Let it be.
Soup says, I forgot to take melatonin. Everyone take your meds. Thank you, Soup, for the reminder. I'll take mine now. You go take yours. Now, if we're speaking very, very honestly, if someone was smiling, I mean, I have two responses, for this one. I tend to look at the eyes or the lips. I think probably the eyes first, stock standard. Let's see. So, Vol says no. No, what do you mean? Oh yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Never mind, Vol. I got the point. Clara says, for me, it's the eyes. Yeah, usually I'll look in the eyes first if it's stock standard, like across the board. Usually eyes. Clara says, any woman with an eyeline is an instant goddess. I get what you mean. Mwah. Beautiful.
You always look at a person's eyes first, so the eyes? Well, the eyes are mirrors to your soul, as they say. Does that mean you always look into my eyes, Princess? The minute he says that, I look into his eyes. Karma flutters his eyelashes at me. I look back down and grumble. What was that? Was that a trick?
Ah, made you look.
Well, what did you think?
Think?
Of my eyes. Well, did they draw you in?
I have never looked at Karma's eyes so closely.
Now he keeps talking about them, I can't help but look a little closer. His eyes are a pretty color. You don't have to answer that, Princess. I'm just kidding around.
Of course. Right.
Your eyes, on the other hand, they're beautiful.
You and Rumpel really are the same person. You both spout nonsense compliments.
Nonsensical? Princess, I'm so offended. I mean what I say, unlike that fool. Anyway, I'll let you choose the order of things.
Oh, Karma, that's a terrible choice to let me do that. I would choose to jump right into things, never mind.
Fine.
Let's see. Also, Soup, I found a roleplay I did on the night donuts. The sugar-induced headache returns. Really? Oh, RP means a roleplay. Clara, that's what that means.
Just don't make me look like a clown, Princess. I know how much you do like to tease me, but I need to get out of here quickly today.
If you need to leave quickly, why don't you do your makeup yourself?
Miss the opportunity to have you help me? Nonsense. If I can, I'll have you help me with my hair some other time. The way you do yours is so beautiful. I always put effort into my hair, as Mother always emphasized the importance of looking like a princess. Never received a compliment on my hairstyle before. Karma gives me his makeup supplies and I start layering the color on his face. When we're this close, I can't help but carefully inspect every one of his features. I do not think I even did something like this with Mother. You know, Princess, I do not think I deserve your thanks. I pause and raise an eyebrow at him. What? Well, you've been helping me for a while, and I haven't helped you with your curse at all. What I did today was just a coincidence. Coincidence? I heard you went into town with Waltz, and I followed you two. I only happened to catch what happened in the alleyway. You managed to see me even when there were that many other people who didn't? I have good eyes, probably. Probably? It's not like you to be so humble. Luciette, once again, I am offended.
And why were you following us in the first place? You said that you were too tired to go into town today.
I was worried. It was strange not accompanying you today.
Worried? Why would you be worried? Karma looks puzzled for a few moments. He glances at himself in the mirror solemnly. Then he shrugs.
Tuition.
Waltz mentioned something about feeling watched. Is there something that Waltz and Karma are watching out for that I'm not? Karma closes his eyes momentarily, and I take the opportunity to dust his eyes with eyeshadow. He doesn't seem to mind.
Princess, you haven't spoken about what happened today with Delora or Parfait, have you?
No, not yet.
You came to thank me first?
Yes.
Oh.
Karma falls into silence, and I continue to work, sweeping blush on his high cheekbones.
Princess, do you know anything about the man who tried to drag you away today?
No. He said that he only works for the king before telling me that he would take me back to the palace.
I wonder how he recognized you.
I was wondering that myself.
How curious and alarming. The only ones who should pose a problem at this time are witches.
Witches? What do they want to do with me?
Well, I only mean that witches are the only ones who can see through our curses. So, that man spoke with a witch? It's possible.
But why? Why would a witch want me back at the palace?
Or was that man trying to lead me somewhere else? I suppose, either way, the man couldn't have wanted to bring me back to the palace for a good reason. It is possible that a witch gave a commoner a description of you, but then why would...
Karma stops talking and looks up at me with something like sympathy.
I'm sorry. I'm just running my head for ideas.
A witch is so dangerous? What do they want with me in the first place?
Rest assured, Princess. We'll figure this out. I nod my head slowly. I have a lot of questions for Delora and Parfait, but it's possible that even they might not know everything.
I will need to think on my own as well, just in case they decide to keep more of their secrets.
I look at Karma and shake my head.
Next time, I'll be more wary. I won't let myself be caught unawares.
Before I realize it, Karma has his hand on my cheek and is staring at me solemnly. His eyes are as cold and unmoving as steel. Princess, there won't be a next time.
That's what I said.
Next time, I'll make sure you're definitely not alone. Had I been alone today, I might have actually been kidnapped. I know that, but I cannot show weakness. I just need to be more cautious. I'm not some damsel in distress, you know. Having someone at your back is far more comforting. Even on the battlefield, knights fight better together.
What's wrong?
Nothing. Moves his hands away from my face and stands up, sighing. His eyes look suddenly distant, and his posture stiffens. I think we're about done here, right?
I haven't finished your makeup yet, though.
Wait, why am I even concerned about that? Well, sometimes simple is better. Or would you like me to sit back down? I do enjoy being pampered by you, Princess.
I take it back. We're definitely done.
Good. Thank you for your hard work. In an instant, the mood changes, and a bright smile once again graces Karma's face. As much as I hate to do this, I'm going to have to leave you, darling. I have business in town and a patrol later tonight. I probably won't see you for the rest of the day, but thank you.
He's thanking me for putting on his makeup? But it was such a small thing. You're welcome.
You already thanked me, though. Well, now you can tell that I'm twice as thankful as the normal person.
That doesn't make any sense.
But it's Karma. A lot of the things you say don't make any sense.
I'm gonna save that, because that's an interaction I want to keep.
I leave the room with Karma, and he leaves the tavern as I go to find Parfait and Delora. The two of them are seated together in the reception, speaking in hushed voices when I arrive. They both pause to look up at me as I walk into the room. Well, well, if it isn't the princess. Took you long enough to come and see us.
Annie's told us that you were unharmed. I'm glad to see that you're safe, Princess.
So how about telling us what happened, huh? When prompted, I tell them everything that transpired in the alleyway. The two listen, only exchanging a solemn glance when I am done. Do you know something about all of this that I don't? Why would the witches be after me in the first place? Do you remember what we said about the Tenebrarium corrupting witches? Well, those witches don't like seeing curses broken. They meddle where they can because they can.
That is why I cast a glimmer on you when you arrived here, so you could remain hidden from magical eyes. I did it to protect you.
To protect me? I feel like there's more to this that they're hiding. I do not think any amount of convincing will get them to say anything.
Forgive us, Princess. We're not entirely sure what's going on either. Though if it was a human that captured you, you must be working with witches somehow.
Troublesome, to say the least. We don't know the details yet. Give us some time to figure things out, okay? Until we figure out
who that man is and who he is working for. You need to have an escort with you out of the margin at all times. Do you understand?
And once you figure it out, you'll tell me? To exchange another look, which only serves to make me more frustrated. They're obviously keeping secrets and right in front of me. We'll tell you once everything falls into place.
Don't worry, Princess. We would never let you be put in any danger.
Silence is what ends our conversation. I make my way back to my room, my feet heavy. I feel like a fly caught in a spider's web. I try my best to clear my mind as I return to my room.
Oh, we got a panel! Yes! So, For those that aren't aware, sometimes if you choose the quote wrong choice, you can be accidentally steered into somebody else's path. But so far, we're making enough right decisions that we're sticking to Karma's path. So that's a plus. I'm enjoying this.
The days go by slowly, and I make no progress with my curse. Karma is busy with the knights today, and Delora and Parfait are busy talking with Rumpel about his curse in his rooms. Tonight's the perfect night to go and wander the town by myself.
Luciette, really? You got kidnapped a couple of days ago, nearly. And you wanted to go wander around by yourself without an escort after being warned by a fairy, a witch, and a cursed hot man. Come on.
I need to see if I can find out anything about the witches and what was happening around the kingdom. Delora and Parfait aren't going to tell me anything, and no one has wanted to take me out of the Marchen since the kidnapping attempt. These thoughts spiral helplessly in my mind as I sit at the table. I've just finished working for the day, and the activity in the Marchen is beginning to wind down. Garland stands at the door as the last few customers leave the Marchen. Durian is walking around the room to make sure there's no problems. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice two men pause halfway across the room to glance back at her. I can overhear their words from where I am. Shame she's a knight, eh? She's the proud type, too proud to let any man dote on her. Bleeding shame indeed. Think that if I tried something to her... You two!
Garland is suddenly standing behind the two men in an uncharacteristically dark glare on his face. Ah! You're talking about his girl! You leave!
Is there a problem? Doors are closing for the night. I'm going to have to ask you to please leave. No need to be so uptight, lad. We're on our way out now. The two men walk out and Garland stands in the middle of the tavern area, glaring after them. He more or less pushed them out of the tavern. If Anise had seen that, she probably would have scolded him. Garland? You okay? Of course. You think you could fool me? I've known you long enough to know that something's bothering you. Neither of the knights seem to notice me here, or if they do, they're ignoring me. Durian is still looking insistently at Garland, who looks at the floor. Is he going to say something to her? Garland says nothing though. He looks at a loss for words. Finally, Durian reaches out and pokes his shoulder. He looks up startled. Still the same as always. Silent, watchful knight, huh? Only says things with certainty when he knows that they're truth. Even the princess is waiting for you to say something. Both knights turn to look at me. Garland seems surprised. I raise an eyebrow at him and he hurriedly looks away. Patrol's starting soon. I'll head out first. Okay. Stay safe. Garland nods at her with a little smile before he leaves the tavern. Oh, damn it, you goddamn fool! Just confess to her, please. Please. Sarah says, fair, Garland. Those men were shady. I'd be kicking them out too. Yeah, I would as well. But, come on, this is like the perfect opportunity for him to tell her how it feels, and they're not doing that. Oh, this is so frustrating. Going to sleep soon, princess? I was just going to head up.
I stand up and get ready to move up to my room, but I am stopped once more to look at Jurian.
Did you hear what those men were saying? Oh, about me being too proud or something?
So she did hear them and chose to say nothing.
It doesn't bother me. You're right. I've been independent for a long time. I would never think about pledging my safety to a man I barely know. I can take care of myself. Blunt and to the point, Jurian was really admired for that honesty in the palace. The only other men I've trusted before are my fellow knights. Garland most of all, since we've always been partners.
She does not explain any further, and I decide that's for the better. The sooner everyone is cleared out, the sooner I can leave the margin. Tonight's the night that I go looking for answers.
Sorry, Karma. I can handle myself. I'm going to prove it tonight. I may not be able to fight, but I can still be cautious enough not to land myself in trouble.
Still, I do not happen to hear much of anything as I'm exploring the town tonight.
I should have brought along some kind of a weapon, but then I would have had to steal a knife from the kitchen, and I'm not a thief.
Dang it, okay. I feel like this is a bad plan, going out without the thing. Should we have gone to... Oh. Now I'm questioning my thoughts to go and see Karma first. Dang. Hours pass before I pass a tavern filled with knights. Clara says, well, Karma is on patrol tonight. That is true. We're going to be in so much trouble. Oh, and that's the foreboding music. Something bad's going to happen. Oh no. Oh no. Deciding I will at least listen to what's happening at the palace, I linger by the open door and listen to what the men are saying.
Hey, the young Fritz is having a hard time of it.
I feel bad for the lad. I think even Sir Alistair thinks he's gone mad.
Well, he does keep talking about a princess that doesn't A princess that doesn't exist? Fritz! Wait! Does Fritz remember us? Fritz, are you cursed? Is this what you're telling me? You're cursed, right? Because you ain't no witch. Suspicious.
Fritz still remembers me? But how?
Clara says, isn't Fritz the brother? No. Rod is the stepbrother. Fritz is Luciette's old guard. Like specific knight that would be protecting her constantly. And he knows who she is. So it's a big deal.
Even his father's growing weary of his babbling. Sir Mithras is forcing him on break the other day. He didn't seem happy. Sir Mithras thinks he's crazy too. Fritz. Can you keep a secret?
Knight looks at each other and I lean in as close as I possibly can. Apparently, the boy spoke some truth, though Sir Alistair doesn't quite believe it. He's looking for the daughter of the previous queen.
The witch had a daughter? The previous queen? Are they talking about Mother? How dare they call her a witch? Apparently she did, though I don't ever remember seeing such a girl. This is top secret stuff. I just happened to wrestle it out of one of the lackeys looking for her. What would Sir Alistair need the girl for? I'm assuming she's dangerous, or they want to get rid of her.
Are they talking about me?
I'm curious. How are we supposed to find this imaginary princess anyway? Does she have any features? Aye, they described her features. Last man who went looking for her said she wore a special pendant round her neck. Uh-oh. I should get out of here. I turn to leave the tavern. My cloak snags on the door and falls to the floor, tripping me in the process. I end up falling halfway into the tavern where the chatter abruptly stops. Is this a lady? The knights that were talking approach me. One of them picks up my cloak. I attempt to grab the cloak from their fingers and they pull it away from me and I stumble into one of them. Madam. He moves to take my hand, then stops when he sees my face. Her face and the necklace! You think she was spying on us? Witch! One of the knights grabs my wrist and pulls me towards him. He is far stronger than the man in the alleyway was. Unhand me right now! I know witch! Then there should be no problem. We're just going to take you in, and if there's some big misunderstanding, we'll repay you ourselves, miss. No! No, let me go! This behavior is not befitting of a knight! Well now, miss. Let's go back quietly. Save. Ah! Convince them or fight them? It's a lot stronger than before. If I go quietly, they might take me to Fritz. Ah, we'll try it. Fighting back is useless when I'm outnumbered. I have to try and convince them that I'm not who they think I am. You're mistaken, sirs. I happened to overhear a conversation and I'm assuming I'm some imaginary princess is unreasonable. The knights look at each other. You know, she does have a point. She was listening in on our conversation. That's clearly suspicious. Did you not hear what I just said? I happened to overhear it, nothing more. You were cloaked, as if you were trying to hide your features. Being out at night without a cloak is a sure way to draw attention to a lady such as myself. You know, she does have a point. Stop saying that, man! Yes! We got the right choice! Oh, I was so worried! Ah, okay. Woo! Got it! Got it in one! Clara says, convince them. Woo! Hell yeah! Yeah! Awesome! I'm so happy that we got it right. Oh, I was so worried. I was doing something so wrong. Oh. Also, make sure to hydrate, everybody. I just have, so make sure you do as well. Then, ma'am, there should be no problem with us taking you back to the palace. If we're mistaken, we'll clear up the misunderstanding and pay you handsomely. Come on, then. Let's take her to the palace. Damn it! Well, we're still getting taken to the palace, so we'll still probably get to meet Fritz, but at least it was the right choice. The knights lead me out into the empty streets. Why? Why did I have to be so stubborn? The knights continued pulling me down towards the path until we come to a narrow street. Everyone who sees us walks away to avoid the knights. There is fear in their eyes. I've done nothing wrong. Ma'am, if it makes you feel any better, we're risking our rank in this as well. I don't know, I'm suspicious of... Clara says, I want to get water. Ah, no, it's okay. What happened was that we couldn't quite convince them, but we still made the right choice. So, Karma's gonna sweep in any minute, I think. I don't know, I'm suspicious of... Who goes there? I look up. Speak of the devil! And notice Karma's familiar figure walking towards us.
What's he doing here, and why isn't he in his disguise?
Gentlemen, I ask you to unhand that woman. As a knight, I would be ashamed treating a lady so terribly.
And who are you?
Her husband.
He's what?
Unhand her, gentlemen, or taste my blade. So, we're just going to take her to the palace to... I will give you the count of 3.
One knight keeps his grip on me as the other draws a sword. I stare at Karma, who continues to count, though the knights attack him before his sword even leaves his sheath. Karma and the knights trade blows, but it is Karma that comes out victorious. His blade slides past the knight's shoulders, distracting him enough to give Karma the opening he needs. Karma reaches back with his free hand to knock the knight out with a blow to the head. It may just be my imagination, but for a few moments, I think I see the knight's blade glimmer across the surface of Karma's hand before he falls. The knight holding me holds up his hands in surrender.
I yield, sir. It seems no matter how this situation turns out, you are dishonorable. Please, sir.
Karma knocks him out, then stands beside me as he sheaths his sword. Karma,
Few moments, Luciette.
Karma spends some time forcing a potion from a vial down each of the knights' throats. I watch him quietly, fearing he might have killed them, but the knights only seem to be asleep.
Potion the parfait gave me. It will make the men forget they ever saw you.
When Karma stands again, I notice the glimmer of blood on his hand, and I stare.
You're hurt! It's nothing.
I'm so sorry.
Come on, princess, let's go back.
Let's see. Clara says, "Ha! The next line. Oh, that's a lavish outfit. The man in the black thingy in liquid form. Black light thingy in liquid form? Oh, yeah, pretty much. It is. It is literally that. The flash of the lights everybody forgets. It's just a bottle of that. A bottle of forgetfulness coming right up for these two gents. Thanks."
He pulls me right out onto the main street and does not let go of my hand. I cannot bring myself to speak. Karma has saved me twice now. Not only that, but this time he's injured. He says it's nothing, but his bloodied hand does not move at all. Why do I have to be so stubborn and insist I can handle myself? I do not speak for a long time. Eventually, I notice people are starting to stare. For long, staring grows worse. The young women begin following us. Giggling comes from behind. I turn to Karma, who looks like he hasn't slept in days. Karma?
I'm sorry, princess, I'm not in the mood to talk.
Those girls are walking right behind us. This is...
his curse?
Karma?
Luciette, I just said I'm in no mood to talk. Did you not hear me?
We're being followed.
He stares behind us almost stupidly, then laughs hollowly when he sees the girls seeing his face. They start to rush towards us, their voices rising and blending together in a horrendous cacophony. Karma is not moving now, though.
He just looks resigned.
Maybe he's too tired to realize what he wants to do. I tighten my grip on Karma's hand and pull him away, my pace quickening to a run as the girls chase after us, screaming at me angrily for taking Karma away from them.
Luciette, what are you doing?
I'm getting us out of here.
Luciette.
I lead him through the town and into the little nooks and crannies where we manage to lose some of the crowd. Karma often led me through some of these spaces as shortcuts. Waltz knew them too. Once we're alone again, I stop, falling to my knees and letting go of Karma's hand as I catch my breath. There really was a curse. Having to run away from so many mindless women. And it's difficult. Soup says, alright, I hope everyone enjoys the stream. I'm gonna head off and try chill before sleep. Thank you, Soup, for watching. I appreciate you. Take care of yourself as best as you can. Enjoy your resting and relaxing, hon. I'll chat to you and see you tomorrow.
Luciette?
What? I didn't mean to snap, but the tiredness is starting to press onto me too.
You helped me out of that.
Of course I did. Why would I want to be chased by girls?
You could have left me behind and gone on alone. Instead, you chose to help me.
You helped me too, I guess. I guess I paid you back. Though, to be honest, I wasn't even thinking of repaying him for saving me. I just knew I didn't want Karma to be stuck trying to fend off all those girls. He was right about the curse. It's terrible. I just realized something. Karma kneels down beside me and waits for me to speak. My curse has people forget me, and yours has even strangers become fascinated with you. It's almost like our curses are opposite each other, and yet we seem so similar. My eyes widen when I realize what I've just said.
We are quite similar, aren't we?
He holds out his good hand to me, and I let him lead me back to the tavern through the abandoned alleyways. My feet are heavy. All I want to do is sleep. But suddenly, Karma is standing before me, his face grave.
Luciette, I have to thank you for helping me earlier. I'm sorry I froze like that, and I made it so much more difficult for you. It was so sudden. I was so tired. I had no motivation to move.
Shouldn't I be thanking you?
I'll accept your thanks, even though I wish you didn't have to thank me in the first place. You should not have gone out on your own when you knew how dangerous it could be for you.
I'm sorry.
I'll accept your apologies too, as I lost sleep over this.
I have no words for how I feel right now.
Princess.
Oh! Damn! Ah! It's cute! Help! Protect me through the cuteness! I'm gonna die!
Some text says, also the cutest kiss. I know, it's so cute. It's so sweet. Yes. Oh, Karma. My heart. Oh.
Karma reaches for my hand again, and this time he holds it up and kisses the back of it. Suddenly, all of my tiredness falls away.
You really are such a handful, Princess. What a delightful handful. I'm gonna bandage this hand then rest. We'll speak about all this later, okay?
But blood.
The bleeding stopped on its own, Luciette. But it does need to be treated. Don't worry, it'll be fine.
Are you sure?
As sure as I can be. I do not lie, not even for the sake of a very pretty lady.
Karma lets my hand go as soon as we enter the march-in. Then he bows politely to me before heading back to his room. I watch him go, my mind whirling. Does he usually kiss men's hands? No, I don't think so.
Does not. Matchmaking! Yes! This is what I'm talking about. Yes! This is why I'm here. Ah, so cute.
You really are a handful. A delightful handful. His words keep repeating in my head. I can't stop hearing his voice, feeling his lips on my hand. My face feels warm, and every time I think about his words, my heartbeat feels unsteady. I really have to stop thinking about that. Karma is karma. He puts on that overly polite act with everyone. But I'm pretty sure that I've never seen him do something like that with another person. I'll just go on downstairs and stop thinking about all of this. I need to tell Buffet and Dolores what happened. Because at the time that I returned to the Marchen yesterday, I never spoke to anyone about what happened. Maybe someone's downstairs. Someone usually is. I leave my room and make my way downstairs to reception. It's quiet when I enter, but not as silent as I thought it would be. Karma is sitting at one of the tables, speaking quietly with Parfait and Dolores. His injured hand is sitting on the table, bandaged. I cannot help but stare at it, my heart plummeting. His injury is my fault. So you have yet to hear the entire story? No, I'm afraid I'm quite privy to the information that Waltz has. Is that correct?
Waltz has been directly involved in this far longer than you have.
What about Waltz? Princess, you're up early. They all turn to look at me as I stand at the table. Karma still looks tired and is not in his dress. He looks somber, but still smiles at me. Luciette, how kind of you to join us. Since when did he start saying my name without my title? Luciette, you've run into a lot of different mishaps this week, haven't you? I thought you would be stubbornly avoiding work. Instead, you go out of your way to get yourself into trouble. This involves me directly. How could I not be curious? You've also been irresponsible, sneaking out without any of us knowing. I have freedom to do whatever I want. I even wore a cloak to... No. The cloak! I left it at the bar! I feel a nudge at my arm. Karma is holding out my cloak with a tired smile. You went to go back to get this? When? Yesterday when we were still in bed.
You've been running yourself dry these last few days, Karma.
It's nothing.
Thank you.
What's this? Our ice princess is thanking someone. Why is that something so strange? Oh, come now, she's not so icy. Luciette's more fire than anything. She's filled with such unbridled passion and confidence. Confidence that has gotten me nowhere so far. Clara says, all these subtle interactions are cute. I know, right? The subtlety. I love myself some subtlety. But like, having it really obvious is good as well. But this is like that perfect toad line of really subtle and very obvious. It's like perfect. Oh, I love it. Don't look so dour, Luciette. You've become quite the accomplished woman. Karma gestures towards me and I flush, unsure of what he's talking about. Then I notice Dolores' eyes are on me too. Oh, parfait! Do you see that? What are you looking at? I reach down to grab my necklace and Pause. I cannot stop the gasp that leaves my lips. A piece. When did that happen? Princess, you didn't realize there was an extra piece to your necklace?
Congratulations, Princess Luciette. You're a step closer to breaking your curse.
I feel proud. I've only ever found this way around Mother. She did me a great favor yesterday. If not for Luciette, I might have suffocated beneath a pile of very excited women. Wait, helping Karma escape was a good deed? She was selfless. He's not even mentioning the injury he got protecting me. Parfait and Delora are both smiling. The cheerful mood doesn't last long.
Clara says, I feel like I'm warming up to Karma. I'm very partial to subtle kindness. Same. Like, look, for all intents and purposes, Karma is a man, but a kind one, and I love the banter. I love myself some good banter. You give me a little bit of that, like, playful, like, flick on the nose kind of humor backwards and forwards, and, like, playful little bit of, like, fake rivalry, but clear affection. Beautiful. I like it. I like it a lot.
What were you all talking about before I came down? About your kidnapping? Well, kidnappings. Both of them. It looks like we have a serious problem on our hands. What do you know about this? What does Waltz know that I don't? Princess, it's more about what everyone else knows that you don't. What everyone else knows? What do you mean? I feel anger beginning to simmer inside of me. Even though he looks apologetic, he says it so casually. What are you all hiding from me? Let's gather everyone later, shall we? I think Waltz might want to be here for this too. What does Waltz have to do with any of it? Be patient, Princess. You've waited this long. What's another few hours?
Dang. She right though. She's right though. Clara, what is it specifically that you're enjoying about Karma's route so far?
I have no choice but to agree when Parfait and Delora refuse to say any more. I'm not happy about it. I spend the rest of my time doing idle chores around the tavern. I do a round of sweeping with Mr. Broom and mindlessly organize some of the bottles. I can't believe that everyone knows something about me that I don't. Now I'll find out the entire story. Maybe it will answer some of the questions that I have. Why are they keeping things a secret from me to begin with?
Clara says, I do enjoy the banter and how fabulous he is. Oh yes, he's suave. I love it.
Delora gathers everyone in the tavern to discuss the kidnappings. I decide to sit in between Waltz and Karma.
So, we have a story to tell.
Story time, huh? I don't suppose this would be a romance, would it?
How can you make a comment like that constantly?
How can you stand to live a lie?
The two glare at each other across the table. Delora silences them. Delora starts with the story about the Great War, the one I've already heard so many times I can recite it myself.
Taking some water. I get the feeling this is going to be a good story. Clara says, specifically him smiling at her when she walked into the lounge, handing the cloak, very sweet gestures. I think I just discovered a new love language. Yeah, acts of affection and general kindness, like little acts of service. I mean, it's a pretty good one.
What does any of this have to do with me? Because of the fairy tales, witches like myself were punished simply for existing. Our leader, the Tenebrarium Bearer, was the kind of witch that was overtaken by the grief that our people suffered. She was driven so far into madness, she created a fairy tale curse to punish humans and make them suffer as the witches had. And when that wasn't enough, she committed the ultimate taboo. She killed a human.
I tried to stop her, but by the time that I thought to act, it was too late.
Knowing that Delora and Parfait were involved in the Great War makes it seem more real. But wasn't the Tenebrarium Bearer killed? How can a fairy tale curse continue to spread if she is dead?
I believe that the Tenebrarium Bearer sacrificed the last bit of her life to continue powering the Tenebrarium.
And to ensure that all the remaining witches could continue spreading the fairy tale curse. None of this ringing a bell for you? What are you talking about? She really did erase your memory. Erase? The witch who died, the Tenebrarium Bearer. It was your mother, Princess Luciette. What? For some reason I turned to look at Karma, who's one of the only people who doesn't look away from me. I grew up outside this kingdom, but even I knew of the terrible witch, Hilda. You expect me to believe any of this? Mother was... She wasn't a witch. I would remember that. I would remember. You would, if you had memories of the war. And the years before that. Under Hilda's rule, the palace was a dark place. The king didn't have any real power until Hilda was defeated. And that goes for the rest of us too. We were all slaves to Hilda. Delora's eyes flickered to Waltz. It's the truth. Waltz knows because he's also a witch. He experienced Hilda's command over the witches firsthand as well. Waltz is a witch? Sorry for keeping it a secret, Princess. It's not as if I can use much magic anymore anyway. Not when I'm cursed. This is just another secret of many. Everyone's hiding something.
Everyone was freed after Hilda's reign. Witches, fairies, and humans alike. The king was even able to marry Ophelia, the woman he always loved.
So, it had always been Ophelia that he truly loved? Was that the reason I never felt any love from him? Because I was my mother's daughter? He gave up on me.
No, dear, I don't think he...
He gave up on me! My voice is too loud in the reception area. I feel it crack beneath the pressure. Suddenly, I want to cry. Mother told me so many times not to cry. He gave up on me. Mother didn't. Mother would tell me this. That this was all a lie. She would tell me not to trust anyone. He must be lying. I turned to Karma. For some reason I trust him more than I trust Delora or Parfait. Is this the truth? I was told the story of Hilda and her daughter, Luciette. They said you were the picture of elegance, but you shared your mother's icy nature. I don't think that's true at all. If Hilda was ice, you're most certainly a warm fire. My mother was a witch. Then... what does that make me? You're a witch as well, whether or not you were ever taught to use your magic. On your upcoming birthday, you'll become the Tenebrarium Bearer. Do you realize how ridiculous all of this sounds? Me? A witch? The king never said anything. And I cannot even think to ask him if this is the truth, because I'm cursed. Why would you even curse me?
Didn't want to repeat of the tragedy, Luciette.
I sat on yourself for almost a year, Princess. There was ice in your heart, and if you had inherited the Tenebrarium in that state, who knows what would have happened?
Why didn't you just tell me any of this then? Laura and Parfait look at each other before dropping their gaze to the ground.
If we had told you before, would you have bothered to listen? The king must have tried to do the same thing, and look how that turned out. You shut out anyone who's ever tried to tell you about Hilda's true nature. That's probably true. Even now, I'm having trouble believing that they're telling me the truth. The world feels like it's collapsing around me. I need to escape. I need to get out and go somewhere, be somewhere else. And why are the witches looking for me? You are the heir to the Tenebrarium. No doubt the evil witches want you on your side, so way they can continue to wreak havoc on Angel with the fairy tale curse. The men that were looking for Luciette were not witches, though. They were knights. Perhaps the witches and the knights are working together? This must be part of Alacaster's scheme to steal the throne. What are you talking about? The reason why Garland and I left the Order of Caldera was because the king did not believe us about Alacaster's coup.
How would he know of the princess's identity, though? Anyone who isn't a witch or fairy or isn't cursed shouldn't be able to remember her.
But now we know it's not just the witches looking for the princess. Knights the Order of Caldera as well. They definitely have a description of her from someone. Luciette? Mama reaches out a hand to touch my shoulder. I flinch while standing back up. I cannot speak about this right now. I want to be alone. Let her go. She'll need a lot of time to think. I leave everyone sitting at the table as I try to process the whirling thoughts in my mind. Hilda, my mother, the only person I ever thought loved me, was the Tenebrarium bearer, a witch. The first witch to ever kill a human. The witch that started the fairy tale curse. All this time, I thought Mother was the only one who cared. But what if she never did? I stay in my room for a long time, trying to process everything I've been told. Save that. Days go by before I decide to leave the tavern again to watch Karma practice with the knights. These last few days have felt hollow. Maybe seeing a normal practice might help me feel better. Maybe it'll make things feel like things changed.
Farah said, well, this turned into unpacking trauma. For you or for Luciette? Because, like, also same. But, sadness. For Luciette, yeah, it really did. It turned into a lot of trauma and confusion, and I don't blame her for being so disoriented. When I arrive at the forest, however, only Karma is standing in the clearing. He's staring through the trees as if he sees someone there, but his expression is solemn, almost sad.
Eventually, he sighs, shaking his head before turning to my direction.
Luciette.
I prepare myself for a response, but I find that no words come to mind. I've not spoken to Karma since that talk about Mother and the witches, and any of the ease I felt with him before has slipped away. Still, I came here on my own, not just stand here being mute. I say the first thing that comes to my mind. Where are Durian and Garland?
I'll only train with Karma. Durian's on patrol duty tonight. He'll be here later. I just came early. Seems you did too. Luciette, are you okay? I'm sorry I haven't been by to see you.
It's not as if you owe that to me.
I don't owe it to you, but I truly wanted to. I've been so busy these last few days scouting out the town for information. As much as I want you to come with me,
why would you have even wanted to pair up with someone like me anyway?
Why, Princess, that's because you're...
I'm bitter and cold. Even though I wanted to change, all I can think about is myself. Now, I want to change. I do not want to be the same as my mother. But isn't that selfish?
Maybe so. But I believe you're being selfish for the right reasons. An entirely selfless person can't survive in this world. Before we can make others happy, we have to be happy ourselves.
Happy selves?
Yes. An angry person holds resentment towards everyone and mars whatever good deed they seek to go do.
That's why I cannot complete my good deeds.
Wrong. You've already done one. Recognizing the need for change is always a good thing, Luciette. Regardless of the motivation, you're trying to become a better person. That's what matters.
He takes a step towards me and places his hands on my shoulders, leans down so I can look right into his eyes. Karma's serious expression startles me just as much as his touch does.
It's never too late for anyone to change. You taught me that.
What? How could I have taught Karma anything?
Do you mind if I tell you a story, Luciette?
He's standing close. Save. Be still. With his face so close, all I can do is stare right into his eyes. Karma's hands tighten on my shoulders, and for a few moments I feel a slight panic start to rise in my chest. Then Karma steps away from me with a rough shake of his head. Karma?
Next time I do that, Luciette, feel free to push me away.
What?
It's better that way.
What does he mean by that?
You never answered. Will you listen to my story?
Well, alright.
Once upon a time, in a land far, far away, lived a crown prince from a kingdom called Regantia.
Regantia's one of my neighboring kingdoms. This isn't make-believe?
His name was Claude Alric Rinaldi Mathis Almonte. Because his name was such a mouthful, he settled for an acronym as a nickname. At least around the palace, where it was acceptable.
Claude Alric. Karma?
Prince Claude was a man who flaunted his beauty and his talents to all that he met. He often used his title to get what he wanted. Prince Claude was a very selfish man. who felt that he was entitled to everything that he had. He was vain, and had often left his castle unattended so he could avoid all of his responsibility. Then, one day, he chanced upon a beautiful maiden in town. He led her around the whole day, being as charming as he possibly could. At the end of the day, he asked the woman to be his lover. She agreed, but their time together did not last long. Only weeks later, Prince Claude threw her away as one throws away an object, and broke the woman's heart. And she cursed him. That beautiful maiden was a witch. Prince Claude found out a little too late. The witch said she would make his beauty, his vanity, his curse. To make even beauty a curse. Ashamed of being cursed, Prince Claude donned a disguise and left his kingdom behind. He has been gone for nearly a year now. Most probably assume he's dead. In truth, the prince had come to Angel to seek a way to break his curse. He had heard of a young lady named Luciette who on her 18th birthday would be able to dispel any curse.
Mama. He looks so sad. I don't know how to comfort him. Lord? Mama. Lord turns a startling red as he stares at me, and for a few moments he does not speak.
Then he bursts out laughing. I stare at him in shock, not understanding his reaction, and I feel myself flush. Isn't that your real name?
No. No, darling, it is. But hearing you say my name, well, it sounds so much softer out of your lips. I rather like it.
My cheeks are warm again. How is it that he is always able to make me feel this way? I will call you by that name if it makes you so happy.
Let's make it a secret between the two of us. I'm still Miss Karma here. Besides, I'd rather you keep that name for my ears only. Makes it feel so much more special.
More special? At that moment, Garland shows up for practice. Claude politely excuses himself. I watch the two of them trade blows. Claude favors his other hand, but his blows still come quick, even with his injury. More Karma. Claude tells me. The more I realize he's like me, a noble cursed for being selfish. But how do I help break his curse? Why can't he tell me? Farah says, he wants to save that name in bed. Ooh, probably, yeah. As practice is drawing to a close, Claude asks Garland the usual question.
Have you confessed to Jurian yet?
Garland only shakes his head in reply. Two men sheathe their swords. Garland looks almost as sad as he turns away back to the cabin. He likes her and yet won't say anything. Why is that? Frustrating me so much. Garland.
Yes, princess?
You know what? I'm gonna save. You've gotta tell her. Claude told me before that confessing is hard, but what Garland's going through seems so much harder. Princess, you know I'm incapable. No, you just think you're incapable, but if you never say anything to her, you will never know. If I say something wrong,
I risk losing everything that I already have with her. And if you say nothing, you risk losing what you could have with her. Oh! Yes! Telling people for the win.
Lucette's right. Maybe you should tell her, Garland.
Claude was adamant that Garland shouldn't confess to Jurian. What changed?
If I mess this up... Well, let's try and look this through another lens, shall we? Imagine that Jurian is Lucette. How do you think she would like to be confessed to?
I frown at the two men, arms crossed.
Excuse me? Well, you and Jurian are very similar. You're both very straightforward. Confess to the princess. My eyes moved to Claude, but only fleetingly, before they're once again on Garland.
You just need to do something simple, Garland. Something that will not rub her the wrong way.
Eden's heart is ever fragile, and each woman is different.
Also, I love the tiny subtle detail of the name changing for Karma. Like, I don't know if anybody else has seen it yet, but now every time we see Karma, after acknowledging the fact that Claude is Karma's name, it reads Claude. But it changed only after that dialogue. It's so well done. Game developers, you have my heart for this one. Oh yeah! Claude is wearing an amused smile on his face, that he's looking at me, not Garland. I feel my face flush, and I have to look away.
Lucette, you're tomato red again. It's adorable.
I cross my arms over my rapidly beating heart again and force a scowl onto my face. No, I was just thinking about what Garland could do, that's all. Something simple. Like when Karma kissed my hand, Garland kissing Jurian's hand is probably not a good idea.
Maybe he could do what Claude and I did on that one day in town. He could buy us some food and then they could just talk.
Garland, have you ever asked Jurian out for food?
Not alone. Jurian's practical. She always eats at the tavern. Also always on duty if available. I'll take a patrol shift 2 nights from now then. And tomorrow you can ask her out for a meal. We can make your invite a grand affair. We can drape the banners on the walls, or even I could give you a rose.
That sounds like a terrible idea.
I'm offended.
I feel like if I did something like that for Jurian, she would get embarrassed and punch me.
Sounds like another lady I know.
Claude grins at me, but I roll my eyes. Garland, just ask her normally. Then when you're out and alone together, you can confess.
We'll make sure that you have the time to do it. I'll purposefully come late to practice tomorrow night so you can ask her out for that dinner. How does that sound? You two really think I can do this?
You just have to ask the question. Whatever follows will at least be an answer.
Tomorrow night, then.
Good man. I'm sure it'll go swimmingly.
Or I could drown. You won't drown, Garland. Garland excuses himself with a nervous smile before Claude turns to me expectantly with a mischievous grin.
Now, Lucette, we'll come here early tomorrow and spy on them. We'll need to scope out a good spot.
Oh, spying! Oh, I get to watch the setup I've just done? Oh, beautiful. I love it.
Of course, we need to make sure that our efforts pay off.
I don't think we should.
You don't want to see how it plays out.
I immediately shake my head, unable to put my emotions into words. For some reason, I'm imagining myself in Jurian's position. It feels too personal. Claude's likeliness suddenly springs to mind, and I feel my face grow hot again.
Luciette, you've been oddly out of it today.
Claude reaches its hand out towards me, then abruptly pulls away. I stare as he smiles at me, almost sheepishly. The conversation between us dies. We return to the margin.
Dang it, I don't get to see it. No!
So long as they tell each other, this is fine. Days have passed, and though I did not spy on the conversation between Jurian and Garland, I did notice that Garland has been smiling from ear to ear during his practices with Claude recently. Oh! I can only assume his confession went very well. Claude took the patrol shift tonight, and I lie in bed because I am restless. Every time that I watch Claude practice with Jurian and Garland, I'm reminded of the palace of Fritz. I wonder how Fritz is doing. Is he still practicing with the other knights? My thoughts darken as I recall the kidnappings. Claude's had to save me every single time. I got injured just saving me. Unable to sleep, I slip out of bed and make my way to reception. The air night is cool. No one stops me from standing just outside of the margin. Not just sit back and do nothing anymore. I have to act. I do not want Claude to keep getting hurt because of me. Eventually, I see Claude approach. He looks tired and is moving more slowly than usual. When he sees me, his lips quirk into a smile.
Luciette, what are you doing out here tonight, love?
He called us love. He called us love. Red alert, red alert. He called us love. I hope you guys can hear me smiling from like ear to ear. I'm sure that it's prominent in my voice, but like, just so you know, I'm grinning like an idiot. Love instead of darling. That's new. Hello, Claude. His face is dark red again.
If you're using my real name, I suppose you've come to ask for something serious.
How could he know that? I do need to ask something of you.
If you need a shoulder to cry on, I'm right here, love.
What? Oh, is this not about... Never mind. I'm asking if you will be my instructor. For some reason, I seem to have caught Claude off guard. He stares at me for a few moments. What? I want to learn how to use the sword, and I want you to be my instructor. Claude's expression becomes uncharacteristically serious.
I'd rather you didn't learn how to use a sword.
I do not want you to have to keep protecting me.
I don't mind protecting you.
I do. Claude sighs and shakes his head.
Princesses shouldn't be using swords.
I want to be able to stand on my own 2 feet.
You are.
I do not want you getting hurt again when I could do something about it. Teach me. Please. Claude. Once again he flushes. It seems to be an instant reaction as both amusing and endearing.
It won't be easy.
I wasn't expecting it to be. Claude stares at me for a long time before finally letting out a heavy sigh.
Fine. I'll train you. You won't learn in a day, but I can teach you the essentials. You can use one of the knight's training swords.
Thank you.
Music to my ears. Meet me in the clearing in 10 minutes.
10 minutes? What?
You said you wanted to train, so we'll train. Don't expect me to go easy on you.
But aren't you tired?
He looked exhausted when he came in.
Now he wants to train?
Already trying to get out of training, huh?
I am not.
Claude shakes his head, but he's smiling.
I'll see you out there in a few minutes, love.
Oh.
Moonlight spills through the leaves, illuminating the forest with a gentle light. Long minutes pass, and as I stand in the clearing, I begin to feel restless. It isn't like Claude to be late. Is he tending to his injury? I hear a rustling in the leaves, and I turn back to see what the disturbance is. The minute I do, I'm pulled back by a strong force. My world goes dark. Before I can scream, I hear a gentle voice in my ears.
Lesson 1, Luciette. When you're apprehended by an enemy that you can't see, remain calm. Use your 5 senses to judge how best to get the upper hand.
This voice is coming from right behind me.
Oh! Hello!
Claude? I become aware that this is the closest he's ever been to me, with my back pressed to his chest like this.
Panicking disorients the mind. That's why you must remain cool under any circumstances.
How can I not panic? Any normal person would panic. Still, I try to force myself to be calm.
Lesson 2. Enemies will often let down their guards when they think they have the upper hand. Catch your opponent off guard by remaining calm and locating his weakness with your senses.
Try to calm my senses as Claude instructs, and I feel it is a bit easier, but only because I know it's Claude. An opening. I move as quickly as I can, stepping forward so I can swing an elbow back at Claude's stomach. Before that happens, Claude has pulled me back to him, closing whatever distance I'd put between us. In the process, he moves his hand from my eyes to my mouth. I can once again see the forest. My words are muffled beneath his hand.
Another thing to remember, you won't always be able to catch your enemy off guard by throwing punches or hitting them. Your opponent will usually always be stronger than you, Luciette. Remember what I said about a weakness. Enemies will often let their guards down if you let them believe that they are winning. Just like I have.
An opening? A thought occurs to me as I glance around and down at Karma's bandaged hand. Karma's bandaged hand is over my mouth. Is this an opportunity or a trick? What will you do?
He said not to take it easy. I'm gonna bite him.
I'm going to feel terrible about this. I have to try. I try to shift my head, get enough space to bite down. Even Claude cannot hold me completely still as I squirm. Eventually the hand over my mouth moves just enough for me to open my mouth, but I falter. I cannot bite the hand I injured. Unable to do anything else, I mutely shake my head and I hear Claude groan. In one swift moment, he pushes me to the ground, pinning my hands by my head as he frowns at me.
You're not even going to try and find an opening?
I glare at him. I'm not going to bite your hand.
Bite my hand? I didn't even think of that.
But you made it so obvious. You put your hand over my mouth.
I meant for you to try and move my hand. Pushing back a person's thumb usually causes their grip to loosen.
How was I supposed to know that? Oh, good choice.
Experience is the best means of practice, as they say.
I have a complaint about that particular lesson, but I'll withhold it.
It was a pretty good attempt, love, but not good enough, I'm afraid.
I wasn't expecting for you to come at me like that. I was expecting sword practice.
You weren't expecting a man to kidnap you in the alleyway, were you?
I glare up at him, unable to say anything, because he's right.
You're oddly quiet.
It's hard to find an opening to hurt you when you're not really my enemy.
He does not move,
He continues to stare at me, his face close to mine. Close enough to... Close enough to what exactly?
Luciette, do you trust me to protect you?
That's not the point. I need to be able to protect myself.
Because you're planning on investigating the witches on your own?
No, I want to be able to protect myself because I don't want you getting hurt protecting me.
Lord leans down. I can feel his hair at my cheek. For a few moments, everything slows. Stop. All I can hear is my heartbeat. Slow breathing.
Once you set your mind to something, you don't let go, do you?
Lord pulls away from me before I can respond. He's standing again, offering me a hand.
Well, let's get started with some sword work then.
A pleasant smile is back in his face. I can never tell what he's thinking at times like this. What do you really like?
Thorny Road. Now, well. Look at that. Hello, Strides. You came in just in time. Good to see you. How are you? Welcome in. We're currently fawning over a red-haired prince with leaf green eyes. And like I have legitimately squealed like several times this stream. So like it's so cute. It's so cute, Stride. Stride says, no one's ever been this happy to see me except my girlfriend. I mean, that's understandable. Your girlfriend is very, very lucky because I know that you're a decent human being. And I am glad. I'm glad that it's still your girlfriend. How is all that going anyway? Oh, but also just in general, it's always nice to see some familiar faces, familiar text on a screen, I suppose, is more accurate. Because, like, I've never seen y'all face. But, I is good, Dandy. How are you? I am getting better. I'm recovering from COVID for a third time, Stride. I'm better now, so I can actually speak and stream, and I still can't taste or smell properly, but like, look, it's par for the course at this stage. I'm glad to hear you are better. Yes, I'm slowly getting a lot better over time. I'm hoping that my sense of smell and taste will return. It's debatable as to whether or not they will. But look, worst case scenario, I guess I'll just have normal mouth. I don't know. It seems really weird to me. Because I feel like I can like taste things, but everything's so dim. And work on the weekend's gonna be fun because like obviously my job is to smell things, and to give people those lovely smelling items and tell them what's in what when. So that's gonna be fun. I'll try my best. Let's see. Stride says also I see the autism and neurodivergent tags. Yes, you do. You do indeed see those tags. I usually have those tags on
That's all good. All those things don't matter. Still good old nice and fun dandy to me. Well, I've always been the way I've always am, so I've never not been. All those things are just normal. More or less, the terms are shorthand for people to be able to convey different differences, which is kind of the point of a diagnosis. It's just medical shorthand. It doesn't have to define you, but if you find a piece of safety and stuff in identifying with it as a label, that's also okay too. In my case, it tends to help people that are like me find me better. So that's why I've been using the tags. But yeah. What have you been up to recently, Strage? Also, you missed like an hour-long rant about one of my many interests, which is the ADHD autism diagnostic criteria and how they overlap. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. But if you want to go back in the stream and stuff later on after I've finished up for the night, feel free to have fun with that. Stride says, yeah, being confident in yourself is important. Also, your model looks cute as always, you see? Thank you, I appreciate that. I've been trying to work on some behind the scenes stream stuff more recently, and we're seeing how things go, but we may have possibly a slightly different model soon if I can figure things out. That's on the nose. Not the nose that bashed my microphone. But you know, it's like it's a little shh moment. That's between you and me. But yes, so but yeah, so the models and stuff's up. I've tried to like enlarge in it very slightly, so that way it makes it easier to see. I do like the model I currently have, but I'm playing with some options. Sarah says, ooh, new model, hey. Yes, mayhaps indeed. I do like this one. But we'll see how things go and if I can work out what I'm doing. Because you know that period of time you're trying to teach yourself a new skill to be able to do other things and are just in the messing around phases? Yeah, that's kind of where I am at the minute. So I'm in the just muddling along, having fun stage. But yeah, what have the two of you been up to while I have been less streaming? But yeah, also I will continue with the story while you type out your responses. Stride says, okay, I need to work. Break when class is over. I'll talk to you once class is over. That's okay. You have fun with the rest of class, Stride. Thank you for the lurk, much appreciated. You enjoy sitting among the flower pots, and I will continue reading a little bit. Because it like I don't want to stop the game. I really like this game. This isn't as bad as when for those who were around during those streams when I was playing Our Life for the first time. It's not as bad as when I was playing that. I did the 8-hour streams and like a 14-hour stream just because I couldn't stop playing. This, I'm gonna have some theoretical restraint, but I still want to see more of what's going on here. So it's just like, just one more chapter, Mom, sort of deal. But if y'all don't mind hanging around, I'll keep reading. Let's see, Clara says, I've been working on an embroidery project making a morning glory. Ooh! How are you finding working with like the different colors of thread and everything through the project? It was looking pretty good when I saw it earlier, but it was clearly in the early stages of the actual design. So, also, how big is it roughly? When I returned to the march-in later that night, my hands are scratched, and I think I might have bruises on my arms. Lord was not joking when he said that he would not go easy on me, but he did compliment me more than once.
Lucette, I've heard you quite a few times, and you've not uttered a single complaint. Impressive.
Crying is for the weak. Even though everyone should be sleeping, I notice the light is still on at the tavern. I wonder why. Clara says, he just one more. Exactly. It's been difficult. I started again because perfectionism. I understand the struggle. I'm sure you'll get it though. Another thing you can do if you want to kind of break the loop of perfectionism is you could do a whole bunch of different morning glories next to each other as part of like a pattern on a wreath or something, and then just get a lot of practice making the same thing, and then you'll be able to see the progress and how much you've changed and gotten better from the first one to the last one. Clara says, but this one's going a lot better, just slowly taking my time. You gotta sew the thread in the fence-like pattern. Ooh, very nice. I could, but I'll likely try and make them all perfect. True. But they'll all get more perfect with time. But also I understand if that's like a little bit too much work, and that's okay. And if you want to just keep going the way you're going, that's alright as well. You do you, boo. Who's downstairs? Oh, Durian and Garland. Yes. Let's see how this worked. I see them sitting at a table, speaking with each other and laughing. Yes. If Claude had come back with me, he would be happy to see this. You two are still up? They're not even surprised when they turn to face me. Good days like this are even better when stretched. I haven't been off duty in a long time. Yeah, Miss Strige. Oh, Strige will be back. Strige is just finishing off the last of class, and I'm going to be here for a little bit, so we got time. Don't worry about it. How are you going, Bill? Did you both have a good time tonight? It was great. Garland knows these little places in town that I've never even heard of before. I noticed that Jurian is more energetic than usual, her smile a little wider than normal. I wonder if she's drunk. I'm going to get another drink. Well, that answers that question. Another drink? Garland leans in towards me, his voice hushed. You already bought a replacement bottle when we were out today, and they would never take anything from the margin without money. Right. Is Jurian drunk? Oh no, Princess. Tipsy. It's like a buzz, but it fades a lot quicker. Oh. Garland and I watch Jurian as she refills her glass at the bar. I have to thank you, Princess. I never would have asked her out if you and Karma hadn't insisted on it. So you told her? Garland looks at me with a very pleased smile. I'll take that as a yes. She didn't really realize until much later I asked her out for food and she thought that was all it was. Oh, mood. I've done that before. But Jurian really did need to be told bluntly. What happened? I told her. Clara says, I make the thread look like this, long, short, long, short, long, short, so it's a little difficult as the pattern fans out, getting wider. But I'm making good progress, so I'm happy. I'm on the next color. Ooh, awesome. Clara says, I'm having a good time listening to you stream and learning more about Karma. Oh, same. I'm having a lot of good time learning about Karma myself. Such beauty is beyond compare, though. And we talked and we remembered the old times. He sounds like an old man. I held her hand. I noticed Garland flinch ever so slightly, but he's smiling. He looks pleased with himself. And the night's not over yet, so he trails off with a hopeful smile before he raises his eyebrow at me. What about you and Karma? What about us? I've asked him to train me. Train? Princess, you've asked him to teach you how to use a sword? What's this? Our princess is going to pick up the sword? Durian returns to the table, but I'm too tired to properly join in the conversation. I should leave them to their conversation and head to bed. I need to get some rest if I want to start practicing at night. I excuse myself to head upstairs. We know why you wanted to actually excuse yourself, young lady. I'm startled awake by an excruciatingly bright light. It is momentary, and when it is over, I'm sitting in my bed, dazed and confused. My eyes are burning. My hand flies to the pendant around my neck. I see the second glass slipper with another piece. It's another piece. But when did I do another good deed? I grasp the necklace tightly around my hand as I make my way to the tavern. Everyone is doing their pre-morning chores when I get to the tavern area. I notice Karma glaring off into space. Not far from him, the two knights. They haven't been up all night, have they? I make my way slowly over to them. Even back then, you were like some sort of shadow, weren't you? You don't have to hide it. It was obvious you were tailing me back then. It was only because I was worried about you. I realized you really didn't have to follow me, Lan. I'm glad you did, though. Lan? Jurian. Oh, shush. Fritz used to call you that, too. Lan is Garland's childhood nickname. He still gets embarrassed when I call him that. I see. So what were you two talking about then? Oh, we're just reminiscing. I look at the two of them critically for a few moments, waiting for them to say something. They both exchange a glance before looking at me, confused. Well, what? How did your date go last night? Garland makes a sound and turns beet red. Jurian's eyebrows quirk, and then she laughs. Now that it went very well, so well in fact that, as you could see, the two of us are still very much enjoying each other's company. Jurian is usually busy taking her rounds around the mansion with a scowl on her face. She looks happier being here with Garland, far more relaxed. You might even say, we're dating.
Yes! Yes.
They're dating! We did it, chat! We set them up, and we did it well! We got him! Woo! We got him! We got the childhood best friends together! We did it! We did the impossible task! It has succeeded! So proud! So proud! Farah says, as Vol would say, didn't take 4 years. No, but it did take them a very long time, to be fair. 4 fucking years, says Vol. Yeah, I know. You had to set them off, Farah. That's fine.
Isn't it funny how red he gets, Princess?
You were blushing just as much yesterday when I... One more word, Lan, I swear I will punch you.
The two of them are both blushing now, and the scene is oddly comical. Who knew that the two great knights of the Order of Caldera could be so easily undone? Both of you are amusing to watch. Two of them stare at me, suddenly solemn-faced. I suddenly remember that one conversation the knights all had at the castle. They were talking about how they all had personal reasons for being knights, despite the fact that they served the king. I had always thought that Jurian and Garland were stoic and honourable, and that was their only reason for becoming knights, was a sense of justice. Seeing them here, though, without the stoic facade, they feel more like people. My curiosity is piqued. Do you mind if I ask you what your reasons were for becoming knights? Oh, my father was a knight. He put his life on the line for the kingdom. Jurian's father was a living legend in his own right. He had medals to back it up. My father wasn't around for long, but I always admired him. Judging by the look on Jurian's face, it seems clear to me she really loves her father. My mother died when I was young, and because my father couldn't be around all the time to take care of me, I ended up practically living with Lan and his family. Lan always got annoyed when I called him my brother. I mean, fair. Well, now I know why. Jurian wanted to follow in her father's footsteps. Then why did you join the Knights, Garland? Because he wanted to watch over me. I never knew you blushed so easily, Garland. Garland seems to blush even harder at that, and Jurian's laughter has become infectious. I feel the amusement begin to bubble up as I watch the two of them. A cold voice cuts through the laughter, and the atmosphere like a hot blade through ice. Could you keep it down over there? I turn and see Claude's eyes, normally so warm, are cold. His usual smile replaced by a deep scowl. Oh, we're sorry. He's still glaring at the two of them. Oh, I can tell him about the necklace. Look, Karma, I got another piece to my necklace. Another good deed. Claude turns his gaze to me, but the frown does not disappear. That's nice, darling. His voice is calm, but flat, and lacks any enthusiasm. Dang, what happened overnight? That felt lackluster. And oddly disappointing. A good deed! Congratulations, Princess. You're closer to breaking your curse. What did you get the good deed for? I'm not sure, actually. Maybe it was for helping Lan confess. I heard you and Karma went out of your way to help make that happen. That happened yesterday, though. Maybe it was the magic waiting to see what became of Garland and I? Claude made a dismissive hand gesture from the table, was frowning. If you two insist on being so affectionate, you should get a room. Oh, someone's jealous. Affectionate? Jurian's smile has faded away into a dangerous scowl where Garland looks confused. Jurian looks notably irritated. The shadow is still there on his face. Claude does not look okay at all. I'm gonna save. And for that behavior, I'm scolding him. It doesn't matter if something's bothering him. It isn't like him to be so rude. Irritation is no excuse for rudeness. Fine. I apologize, Crappy. He looks at me for a few moments, his expression twisted into a defiant scowl. But he doesn't hold on to it long. Moments later, his expression softens, and he looks away, almost in shame. I'm sorry. This apology sounded real. Still, why do I feel so disappointed? Silence for a few moments descends before Claude abruptly stands from the table. Excuse me. Claude turns briskly and heads upstairs, leaving me with the two knights. Wonder what's wrong with him. Think we've been running him too thin because of practice? I do not think it's you two. I get the feeling that Claude holds himself back from saying what he means sometimes. Sometimes he acts strange, distant. Recently, he's getting more and more moody.
Princess?
I look over at Anise, who is smiling apologetically.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but Mr. Broom is getting kind of restless.
Time to sweep, I suppose. Well, maybe cleaning will help get my mind off things. The rest of the day goes by slowly. I'm stuck cleaning most of the day, and then serving later. At one point, I speak with Delora about the knights that had attempted to kidnap me, and she tells me that she and Parfait are meeting later tonight to discuss their suspicion. I still do not understand what their suspicions are, and when Sir Alacaster cannot possibly know who I am. My hands are sore by the end of the night, and I still feel like I can practice with a sword though. I notice both Jurian and Garland look restless too. Garland eventually leaves for patrol, and Jurian remains at a table looking deep in thought. I do not want to bother her, so I try and find Claude. I go to his room, but the door's locked. Claude? Mama? Are we training tonight? No answer. My heart sinks. Is he not speaking to me? Did I do something wrong? For days, Claude stayed in his room, only leaving when he had to be on patrol. A few times I saw Parfait go into his room. She refused to talk about what's bothering him. So useless. When Claude did not appear in the tavern or out in the town, he still had that terrible grimace on his face.
Look, I don't want to talk right now. You're so frustrated with me. Why don't you just ignore me? I'm not going to train tonight. I'm not in the right state of mind. I don't want to talk about it. Just leave me alone. Please.
I'm really beginning to worry about him. Today, I'm in town, running errands with Waltz for Parfait. It's been almost a week since Claude started acting so strangely. I thought I needed to do something for him. I know he likes dresses, and he told me once he likes roses. But can I really find him something that's going to cheer him up? Oh, we're getting Claude a gift. Oh, cute. Perhaps he might like some jewelry. Waltz, do you remember where that jewelry store Karma likes is? I don't go there very often, so unfortunately, no. Okay. Unfortunately, no. I'm gonna grab some water first. Princess, is this a good deed? What are you doing right now? Did you think it would be a good deed? Good deeds need to be selfless, right? Well, generally, yes. I doubt this would count as selfless. I'm doing this to cheer Karma up. It still sounds pretty selfless. But it's also so that way he goes back to teaching me how to fight instead of just sulking in his room. I've heard that Karma's been teaching you how to use a sword. Why did you want to learn how to fight? Because I want to be able to protect myself better, and it's not like I can use magic. At least sword fighting gives me an advantage. I'm sorry, Princess. I wish I could teach you magic. It doesn't work when you're under a curse. But on your 18th birthday, when you become the Tenebrarium bearer, you'll be able to use magic. I'll instruct you if you want me to. That would be nice. Though that does not solve my current problem. It would cheer Claude up. Walt starts chuckling beside me. I turn to look at him confused. Karma is important to you, isn't he? He's my partner. He's helped me. He's also been patient with me and smiled even when I've said some really inconsiderate things to him. I'm glad, Princess, that he's your friend. My friend. Claude does not feel like a friend. It feels like something else. Oh, Princess, is this the one you were searching for? Waltz points to a peddler sporting different kinds of jewelry, and I instantaneously make my way toward it. There are all kinds of glittering things displayed. For a few moments, I feel myself drawn to absolutely everything. But then I notice the price tags. Barely have any money left from when the king gave me that pouch. Afford any of this. Maybe we should do our errands first, then look for a gift. Maybe we'll find something as we look through the stores. If I don't get Claude's gift today, I might not be able to give it to him tonight. Princess? Save that. Claude's gift first, run errands. I want to give it to him tonight, but errands? Waltz has a good point. We might find something while we do the errands, and then we can get him out of the way. Besides, it's not right for me to put Claude above everyone else. Oh, it was the right choice. That was a fluke. We spend a few hours gathering the supplies needed for the tavern. Only then do we start looking for Claude's gift. Princess, I can hold more of those bags for you. It's fine, I'm used to carrying a lot of bags. Does karma make you carry them around? Princess, you should really tell him off. He does a lot of other things for me, but next time, you know what? I think I will. As long as he gets out of his room sometime soon. I really hope he does. Hey, Princess. The problem is finding something you like. But what does Claude like? Princess! There's no reason for you to shout. Waltz shakes his head, but he's smiling. Let me offer you a deal. A deal? If you help me set up one of my puppet shows, I'll pay you. You earn money from your puppet shows? I get tipped. What do you say? I won't go easy on you though. Yes, I'll help you. Why do you seem so surprised? I was just thinking everyone's right. You've really changed, Princess. Maybe having Karma as a partner was a really good idea. Being partners with Claude may have changed me for the better. I doubt I've done the same for him though. I'm sure Karma would be very happy that you were buying him a gift. Receiving gifts from admirers isn't the same as you getting him something. Ooh! He receives gifts from admirers? For a few moments, I think about the women who chased us in town a few weeks ago, and I feel a little unpleasant stab at my heart. Small things. Man will treat him to a dessert every so often. I saw a lot of it when we did errands together. I always make Karma accept those gifts without killing the man, though. Killing the man, it's dramatic, but it sounds like Karma. He punched Rumple when he asked him to marry him, joke or not. Karma wears his disguise to be convincing, then gets angry when people fall for it. He's still very much a child. Yeah, you know where he is. He doesn't like being flirted with. Waltz, do you know anything else about Karma's curse? His curse? He never really talks about it. Claude may be even more stubborn than me about not letting anyone know about his curse. Waltz and I continue on our search for a gift. Waltz tells me that I can look for something a bit more expensive and he'll just put me to work another day helping him with his puppets. I return to the jewelry peddler that we saw earlier. Hello, madam. Hello, sir. What can I help you with today? Do you have any sort of rose-shaped jewelry here? The man refers me to a box full of many different rose-shaped earrings. Then he shows me necklaces. I realize belatedly as if I'm searching for something for Miss Karma and not for Claude. I scan the glass nearly into feet before a little rose catches my attention near the back of the display. It has a chain connected to it, but it doesn't seem long enough to be a necklace. What's that one? It's a simple rose pendant, madam. It comes with a chain but can also be pinned on the chest. The man takes it out of the display case so I can look at it. It's perfect. This is fancy, but not completely flashy. I feel a little click as I press my fingers to the pendant. I realize it can open. Oh yes, you can also put something small inside of it. This is perfect. I look at the price tag, making sure it's not too expensive. I pay the shopkeeper. Waltz pays in the additional fee, then we walk back to the margin together. When we return to the margin, I go to my room to tuck the locket into the drawer before I head to the tavern to finish the rest of my chores. Just as I expected, Claude is not downstairs today either. Durian and Garland have taken to training with each other, though they seem agitated that Claude's not helping. At the end of the day, I hurry to my room, where I write a few words on a piece of paper and I put into the locket. A normal rose would have withered, so I offer this one instead in a heartfelt thanks. I hold the locket tightly in my hand and start towards Claude's room. Why is my heart beating so fast? I'm just giving him a gift. I pause at Claude's door, remembering the last time I entered this room. I'm sure it's okay if I just go in. I open up the door to Claude's room, which is thankfully not locked, and step inside. Claude is sitting motionless in front of the mirror, his shoulders slumped as he stares at his reflection. He's shirtless. There's that tattoo. It seems different. Claude does not notice me at first. I notice his hand goes to the tattoo over his chest. I hear him heave a heavy sigh. Slowly, I close the door behind me. He clicks, and that's when he suddenly turns to look at me. At first, there is just shock on his face, but then suddenly, anger. Again! Why do you do this again, Luciette? Oh. Came to speak with you? Came to give him something, but I also wanted to speak to him. I haven't seen Claude in a while. Why? Because you've been doing everything by yourself lately? You came to complain? No, I wanted to check on you. Princess, can you not read the mood? You could have, at the very least, knocked. In no time at all, Claude's suddenly right in front of me, his hands outstretched on either side of me, pinning me against the wall, the door. His face is so close and his expression so fierce that I cannot even bring myself to think of a way out. The only thing I can do is stare at him levelly, without getting angry, without crying. I will not show any weakness. Why? Why aren't you struggling? Why aren't you screaming at me? That's what the Luciette I know would do. Then you do not know me as well as you think you do. And you know nothing about me. I already have my retort prepared when I stop, and I realize he's right. I barely know anything about him. Right. Don't. But I'd like to. Why do you keep insisting on poking your nose into other people's business? We're partners. It's the only reason. It's gotta be. I'm supposed to help you. Why do you keep keeping secrets from me? Help me? His lips quirk, and his smile is sardonic. Claude, I want to help you. In that silence that descends between us, I cannot help but look at Claude's tattoo. Thorns swirling around the rose. It's beautiful, but seems lethal. When I glance at Claude again, I was crestfallen, his eyes glittering on what might be the verge of tears.
Secrets. A secret for a reason, Princess. You should know that. If I could speak about them, I would, but I can't. And you bursting into my room without any notice makes it even harder.
Out of what?
Princess, you can't imagine what all this feels like.
What's he talking about?
And that woman I thought we were meant to be. She's so lovely, her smile as bright as the sun.
Claude's eyes are far away.
That's why. Never again. But then you ruined everything, Luciette. You cut me down like...
I pushed my hands against Claude's chest, catching him off guard and forcing him to stumble backwards. I can't take any more of this. If I've ruined everything, then I'll just leave. You can have all of the time in the world to yourself then. The locket I bought for him burns in my hand, and I end up throwing it at his feet.
Luciette, wait!
I ignore him as I run from the room. When I return to my room, I lock my door. I feel too hollow inside for tears. It hurts to breathe when I think of Claude. I eventually manage to fall asleep. I only have snatches of restless dreams when my eyes finally close.
Mother, are you and Father in true love? Like in the fairy tales?
I thought I forbid you to speak of fairy tales. Have you been reading them?
No, Mother. I overheard someone in the palace talking about them today.
Then I shall have to find that person and make sure they know what an inappropriate topic of conversation in the palace is.
But, Mother, the true love in fairy tales sounds so nice. Do you think that I could fall in love with the prince?
Dearest one, true love like that does not exist.
But
the love between a mother and her child is the truest kind. It cannot be replicated by anything else. All other kinds of love are an illusion. My love is all you will ever need. Do you understand me, my heart?
yes. Yes, Mother.
The Lost Prince. Keep your stance straight, Princess. Durian gives me the warning, but it's too late on purpose. I can see a smile on her face as she effortlessly slides past my defenses and taps me on the shoulders with her wooden sword. Got you. Again. For the last few days, I have been practicing with Durian and Garland because Claude still hasn't come out of his room. The knights offered to train with me, and right now they're teaching me about the ways to hold a sword. This is slow. Claude did tell me I wouldn't have to be able to master the sword so quickly. Oh, Claude. It made me so angry that one day. I couldn't even properly give him my gift. I still feel sad he's not here teaching me himself. Come on, Princess. Focus. I jolt out of my reverie and nod at Durian. Okay. I ready myself for her next strike. Once again, I get tapped. This time on the hip. Garland takes over after Durian, and we do rounds where I try to hit him with certain strikes. They're both good at teaching, but this does not feel the same as Claude's instruction. His lessons seem less like they're out of a book.
Don't worry, Princess. It always starts out slow.
Lan was just as slow at training, but look at him now. Garland whips his head around in Durian's direction, his face turning a bright red.
Durian, that nickname. You're so much fun to tease, Lan.
She beams at him and then laughs at his embarrassed face. Our practice goes on for a few more minutes before the knights tell me to wrap up for the night. I think I'm going to stay out here for a little bit. Princess, you know it's dangerous out here at night.
If I don't return in 10 minutes, you can come back and check on me. Dorian seems unconvinced, but she eventually nods. Fine. Keep your guard up, princess. I watch the two knights as they head back. See Garland put his arms around Dorian's waist, pulling her close. I turn away from the sight, ignoring the heavy feeling in my stomach. I'll just practice the swings for 5 more minutes. The only thing I hear in the clearing while I practice is my shallow breathing and the wind in my ears. Something breaks my concentration, however. I see a glimmer of colour in the forest, and I instantly stop, hands growing tense on my wooden sword. What was that? I glance around in my surroundings, then I freeze when I feel a hand on my shoulder. I can feel someone's breath on my neck. This all feels familiar. Is this Claude? I am going to save and point the sword. I'm pretty sure I recognize Claude's hand, but because I know it's him, I also know what he would want me to do. I duck away from his hand and turn quickly to point my sword, the tip of the wood at his neck. For a few stunned moments, I think I've won. Even Claude looks surprised. It really is him. Clara says, I have a theory about Claude, but I might be a spoiler, so I'll keep it to myself. Well, is it spoiler as in you've looked up the information that you're going to use, or is this speculation? If it's speculation, I'll accept it. If it's looking it up, no spoilers, because I reckon we're going to get to the answer. Then Claude's hand has moved, and he has one hand over my wrist and the other on my sword. Clara says, no, I have not looked it up, just speculation. Go your hardest then. Let us hear your theory. I think it's his curse affects the people that he loves. Oh, that would make sense. That would be hard. I think if he falls in love, the person dies or something. That would make a lot of sense. And maybe that's why he doesn't want anybody near him.
Good, Luciette. You realized you had an opening, but you broke your concentration.
Claude. Claude moved his hands, allowing me to lower the sword.
I'm sorry, Luciette.
I feel my breath catching my throat when Claude holds out the rose pendant I got for him. I feel my cheeks flush.
You accidentally left this beautiful thing in my room when I came to return it.
Return it?
Yes, you left it in my room, so I thought it appropriate to bring it back to you.
Does he really think that I left that there by accident? Why would I leave it in your room on accident?
What?
I bought it for you and I wanted to give it to you, but you were acting so strangely and... Claude's eyes widened, surprise very clear on his face.
Luciette, you bought this for me?
Why does he look so shocked? Claude looks at me in awe for a few moments. His eyes go back to the locket, traces a finger around the intricate shapes, his eyebrows slowly furrowing. It's to thank you for everything you've done for me.
Luciette, this is beautiful.
Lets the chain fall through his fingers and he stares at the rose pendant with adoration. I feel my heartbeat stutter as he turns to regard me with the same gentle smile. He leans forward. My breathing stops. He reaches out to hold up my glass slipper. Standing so close to me.
You really are a good person, Luciette. Completed your second good deed. I think some kind of congratulations is in order.
Is there anything you want that I can give to you? I look up at him and notice that his smile doesn't reach his eyes. He still looks so sad. I feel like there is so much I want from Claude. I don't want to ask him for something that might make him sad. Ooh. I want a hug, or I want you to smile. This one's hard. Personally, I'd want the hug, but there's already been comments about his smile made. Maybe we try the smile. Claude looks at me, his expression puzzled, and chuckles softly. But I am smiling. No, I want the real smile, one that isn't so sad. You saw right through me. We've been partners for long enough.
How about this one?
He smiles a little awkwardly. The back of his lips look more embarrassed than bright. I raise an eyebrow in confusion.
No need for that look, darling. I do appreciate you worry for me.
Karma suddenly stops, eyes wide. He puts his hand in his chest and takes a step back, away from me. His fingers clutch at the fabric of his shirt. Claude has a pained expression on his face, only making me more and more anxious.
Not now.
Claude, are you okay? What's wrong?
Lucia, don't worry about it.
He lowers his hand with a pained smile slowly fading from his face. This does little to reassure me. Was it my fault that you locked yourself in your room for so long? You looked so pained to be anything but me.
No, most definitely not. I was feeling under the weather. And also bitter.
Bitter? Why would he be feeling bitter?
It's not for you to worry about, darling. For now, we should head back. It's late and you need rest. I just got back from patrol, so I'd like to rest as well.
Is there anything else I can do for you?
No, sweet Luciette. You've already done enough for me.
Clutches the rose locket to his chest and sighs out with a little gentle smile. This smile feels more real to me.
This is a beautiful gift. We'll treasure it always. Thank you, Luciette. Shall we head back?
I nod at him, silently walk back to the marching. We make it back to the tavern. I feel tired, but also lighter than I have for weeks. Claude wishes me a good night before slowly walking off to his room, holding the rose locket I gave him tightly. I didn't see the correct answer. Now I'm really worried. Today I'm walking around town to do some errands with Claude. It has been quite a while since we've done this. Though we're here to run errands, there's something else that drew me into town today. Yesterday, Waltz came back to the march and told us an announcement that the king was making today. Apparently the announcement had been posted for at least a week's time, but Waltz had only caught on to it after hearing about the crowds from one of his puppet shows. I'm not sure what this announcement entails. I feel the need to see the king make it with my own eyes, though. I can see more people milling about than usual, which means most of them must be waiting for the king to speak. I have a bad feeling about this. It's not strange for the king to make announcements. This feels very sudden. And with everything else that's happened to me, I feel on edge.
Wow, Luciette, you made these bags sound a lot lighter than they actually would be.
Stop
complaining, Miss Karma. You'll get valuable experience out of carrying bags. Seeing Claude complain is amusing, especially since I know that he can handle the load. Feel like a servant. What does that make me when you make me carry around those bags before? An assistant? I roll my eyes. We're both working at the Marchen, you know. And the thought strikes me. What do you even do at the Marchen? Claude looks surprised at the question, but he quickly smiles at me. I train the knights, of course. And also attract the customers with my beautiful reputation. I start laughing and Claude's face flushes. Darling, I get the feeling you're laughing at me. I wonder. We finish up the rest of our errands and sit down in the town plaza to rest. Claude leaves briefly, then returns with a slice of cake for both of us to share as a snack. I have a lot of things I want to ask him, and now feels like the right time to do so. May I ask you a question? Of course, darling. Anything. Do you enjoy dressing like a woman? I don't mind it, really. I appreciate beauty in everything. The girls get to wear quite the assortment of lovely dresses and makeup. It's quite beautiful. I feel more comfortable in my own clothes, but I don't mind dresses. I guess if you've had to wear a dress so long, you get used to it. I have another question. And what would that be? When I was in the room the other day, you spoke about a woman. Were you talking about the witch who cursed you? Oh, no. The woman I was talking about. Suddenly goes silent and lowers his head. His expression fades into something more melancholic. I feel my heart lurch. Maybe I shouldn't have brought this up. To my surprise, though, Claude continues talking. Shortly after I came to Angel, there was a woman I met whose smile was as radiant as sunshine. She was beautiful, and when she laughed, everything felt right about the world. Hearing him talk about her makes me uncomfortable. Am I jealous? Claude watches me quietly, as if measuring my expression. Eventually, he goes back to speaking. I knew her for many months. Time passed. I thought we were truly in love. Then I go silent, his eyes distant, an expression pained. Well, some things happened and I realized she only loved me because of my curse. She was drawn to me just as any other woman is. She seemed so genuine in comparison to the other woman. In the end, Claude trailed off and lets out an exasperated sigh. You were truly in love with her? I was. I've dated many women, but never fallen in love with someone as honestly, as lovely loved me back. Oh, that's sad. So the last person he loved was that one woman. Claude looked at me, and for a few moments, he doesn't speak. Luciette, do you mind if I ask you a question? No, I don't mind. Have you ever loved anyone? My mother, of course. I was referring to a romantic kind of love. Romantic kind of love. What does that kind of love feel like? Exactly. Allow me to enlighten you. He smiles at me. It is surprisingly genuine. It can feel simultaneously like floating and sinking. The heart stutters. You worry about the small things, about offending this other person in some way. You wonder if they'll like what you're wearing, or if they'd prefer you a sandwich to a casserole when you treat them to dinner. You begin to find beauty in all the things that they do. Even their presence makes you feel complete in a way you'd never thought of before. You try to imagine life without the person and find that you cannot. Even consider such a thing is so painful, so much so it feels like it may break your heart. Claude continues talking, but my mind is already whirling. Though he phrases things in a way that still feels unnecessarily dramatic.
there's a tinge of familiarity. Things he's describing, those are things I feel when I'm with him. Before I can say anything, I hear the sound of hooves and both of us turn. I can see the procession of knights, along with the king on his horse. He normally rides into town like this, but today he's not smiling. There are way too many knights riding with him. Is that Sir Alacaster? Let's go find a place to stand and watch.
As you wish.
Ford walks with me into the crowd gathering around the king. Find a spot to spectate at the very edge, closer to the alleyways.
My beloved citizens of Angel, I come before you today to make an important announcement. Ever since I was given this crown, I have sworn to live my life for the people, to rule in all fairness so our kingdom could enjoy the great peace.
The crowd breaks into an applause. I stare at the king. There's an uneasy feeling in my stomach when I notice that there is sadness in his eyes even though he is smiling. Then I notice Sir Alacaster appears to be hiding a smile. Don't like where this is going. The king's speech goes on for long minutes after that, with him detailing commitments he's made, goals he's set, and finally his love of the people. The audience around us claps and cheers, but Claude and I are silent. Something is not right. Sarah says that mustache looks quite funny. I agree. I nod in response.
To this day, I keep a promise. I would never break this oath, for it is the foundation on which I rule.
Claudia claps again, but I am silent. I watch the king intently.
Unfortunately, the unwelcome news that I bring to you today gives me reason to hand the foundation over to someone else. I have fallen terminally ill.
The king's proclamation is met with shock and angry chattering from the audience. I cannot hear anything that's being said over the cacophony of voices, but I know that the audience is slowly dissenting. I stiffen as I stare at the king. He's lying. I can tell by the firm set of his jaw and the way his eyes flickered across the crowd faster than they ought. The king has lied to me so many times, I can recognize when he does it.
I know such unfortunate news must come as a shock, but it is an illness for which there's no current cure. As for a question of my successor,
Trails off a few moments. I think I see something in his eyes that hints at urgency, but I am not sure why.
Crown Princess Emily Jane is unmarried and still too young to rule on her own.
I feel a pang of irritation and confusion. Another lie. Emily Jane could rule fine with the help of Sir Mithras and the others.
After much thought, I've come to the conclusion of which our kingdom has continued to face danger of witches. It's best to put it in the capable hands of the commander, the Order of Caladira, Sir Alacaster.
What? I cannot hide my shock. The rest of the audience reacts similarly, with sudden outbursts to the testament to their confusion.
I will be providing support and assistance from the sidelines. I cannot in all good graces continue to wear the crown when I know that I cannot serve my people as they deserve. Simply put, I believe the witches have gained more power in the recent months and that Alacaster is best suited to deal with these conflicts. Fairy tale curse runs more rampant these days and there have been more reports of incidences involving magic.
Murmuring continues, except now the townsfolk sound panicked. This cannot be true. I do not miss the reluctance in the king's next words.
Sir Alacaster has also suggested a number of remedies to our laws, especially those considering security and work hours. I believe Sir Alacaster can better rule the country in these turbulent times. You show him all the love and loyalty you have shown me.
That bastard. Ford has a
foul expression on his face, his words feel heavy, even in a low whisper. I know the king, he takes duty upon himself. He would never hand the crown to someone else. Once Sir Alacaster comes to stand on the podium, he silences them all with a glare.
Citizens of Angel, I swear to you to serve well as Gennaro has. That being said, I believe changes will need to be made.
Sir Alacaster continues to speak. He mentions things like curfews for safety, extended work hours, and additional taxes to go towards the knights. Slowly, I'm beginning to block out the drone of his voice. What's going on? No. Sir, no, Alacaster must have done something to force the king into the charade. The king stands behind Alacaster with his hands clasped, his eyes alert, but there is helplessness in them that I have never seen before. There isn't long before the crowd's unsettled murmuring becomes agitated whispers. I'm stunned when Claude claps his hand to his mouth and starts shouting.
There is only one king! King Gennaro!
Claude grips my hand and starts leading me towards the outskirts so people cannot spot him as he continues to shout. The crowd begins to chant with Claude and they draw nearer to the stage where my father and Alacaster are standing.
One king! King Gennaro! There's only one king! King Gennaro!
Let's go, Luciette. The crowd right next to the platform now, and the chant carries on. Claude pulls me behind him, but my mind is on my father and his desperate eyes. Hours later, the Marchand's Tavern is chaotic. People are talking over each other, trying to relay the scene they saw in town today. Every visitor here is talking about what they've just witnessed. I've been in the corner of the room the entire time, trying to understand everyone, but I'm failing. Delora and Parfait are not here to calm all the chaos.
Hey, princess. How are you feeling?
I almost jump when I hear Rumpel's voice. Surprised. I could feel when a damsel is in distress, milady. I'm really not in the mood for your flirting, Rumpel. Oh, my apologies. I thought you may want some cheering up.
Where's your partner?
Went out to town to survey the situation. Karma doesn't do anything around the tavern, but he does a whole lot for you, doesn't he?
I suppose that's the least a man in love can do.
Clara says, I can't believe that's the king / your dad. He looks so young. I know, right? I think it's the animation style. He got them high cheekbones. I feel myself blushing. What's Rumpel going on about?
Princess, you're pink.
I am not. My mind feels scrambled. This is all Rumpel's fault. Thankfully, before Rumpel can continue, the door opens and Delora walks inside to call the marching boarders to the reception room. I step into reception. I'm surprised to see two familiar figures standing beside Parfait. Emma Jane and Rod. Both of them look downtrodden and discouraged. Everyone is noticeably shocked as they step inside.
Prince and princess, where did they come from?
What's happening at the palace?
What of Queen Ophelia? We need silence in the room, everyone.
Laura raised her voice, effectively causing everyone to pause. She glances at Parfait, who nods, then turns to look at Rod and Emma Jane.
Princess Emma Jane, if you would tell everyone what you told Delora and I.
The room is unnaturally quiet as Emma Jane begins her story. She starts with the events of a week ago. In the middle of a family dinner, Alacaster burst in with soldiers and seized her, Rod, and Ophelia in front of the king.
Sir Alacaster said that if the king didn't hand over the crown, he would kill us. He had no idea a coup would be staged. 3 of them were taken down to the prison cells, with Ophelia taken to a separate cell. Sir Fitzgerald helped us escape, but only barely.
Fritz, are you openly disobeying your father? I hope he's safe. Alacaster wanted to kill the king, and I'm sure that he still will. But he has no reason to. The king's already handed over his crown. I speak before even realizing. Everyone stares at me, including Rod and Emma Jane. Alacaster's a foul man. I can only think he usurped the throne now without violence because he wanted less resistance from people. He never spoke up to my father before. Did you say father? It's a long story, Emma Jane looks between Rod and I, her expression confused.
Tara says, "Oh, Andy, I didn't look up spoilers, but I looked up who Fritz is, and he looks hot. He does indeed. He's very cute. We will be seeing more of him soon, I think." I was expecting some super old dude. Nope. Nope, he cute.
You know each other? We do. Emma Jane looks like she wants to say something, but she remains silent. Our mother's still inside the palace.
Need to save her somehow. And Sir Fitzgerald.
What's happened to Fritz? We don't know. He helped us escape, but we were spotted in the last minute. He told us to run ahead and leave him behind.
We didn't see him again after that. We couldn't just wait, so Rod brought me here.
Right now, we need to piece together this situation as quickly as we can and then figure out a way to save the king.
I knew that Alacaster was up to something, but I never thought that it would escalate to this.
Durian, what do you know about this? Garland and I weren't stripped of our titles because we disobeyed Alacaster's orders. It was because we overheard Alacaster plotting something and tried to tell the king of the plot. We gave him a warning, but the king did not believe us, not with Alacaster and Mithras whispering in his ears. The king didn't think that Alacaster could possibly be possible of a betrayal. He thought that we were trying to turn him against Alacaster for our own gains. And so, Alacaster stripped us of title and banished us from the palace. Lady Parfait found us, and while we were happy to help out at the tavern, we have intended to eventually do something about the mess there. So Alacaster had been planning this the entire time.
Oh no! Guy says I was expecting some old dude. Yeah, no, all of the love interests are young, and cute.
When we part for the night, Parfait and Delora take Rod and Emma Jane to a room they can share. It's been decided that they will be harboured here at the March-Inn, a place that Emma Jane apparently knew about but never came to because she wasn't cursed. Well, Rod did say the family knew he was cursed. I noticed Emma Jane looking at me many times throughout the night, but she never asked me anything. The next few days are a muddled mess. Everyone's busy trying to find out what happened and what can be done to help the king. I'm sweeping the tavern half-heartedly one day, and my thoughts, anything but my chores. Everyone's trying to do something to help out the last few days, though I've gone on quite a few trips with Lord to search for information. I haven't been able to find much. It's so useless. I'm finally on my break, so I decide to go to reception to rest. When I step inside, I notice Emma Jane sitting on the couch. She waves me over as soon as she sees me. She hasn't really openly spoken to me since she's been here. Parfait and Dolores have been trying to hide her so as not to cause a ruckus in the March-Inn. Rumors are dangerous now.
You're Luciette, right?
Yes.
God told me about your curse and said that you're the king's blood daughter. I'm really sorry. I'm shocked by Emma Jane's sudden outburst.
What?
I didn't mean to, but I took your place. Did I forget my own sister?
We're not blood related.
That doesn't matter. I would love you regardless.
Emma Jane was always trying to take me out and do things with me back when I was still in the palace. I distanced myself from her because I thought the king loved her more than he loved me, and I still think maybe he does. We weren't close. I barely spoke to you or Rod. I can tell you that.
He did. But perhaps maybe now we can turn over a new leaf? Well, Jane is as stubborn as always. I have more things to worry about than being her friend. I have to go. I walked off before the conversation could continue. If I hadn't been cursed to remain in the palace, would Sir Alacaster have taken me hostage too? Hours tick by. The tavern is emptied for the day. Delora calls everyone together to explain what she and Parfait have pieced together about the situation. Alright everyone, we've come up with some new information. First is that the Alacaster has cracked down on riots in town. Anyone seen protesting his rule is immediately thrown to prison. King always valued their people's opinions. Alacaster does not want opinions, he wants to rule with an iron fist. Our patrols have shown that there are overall more security in the palace and around town. They've been charged with keeping people quiet whatever way they possibly can. As we heard from the prince and the princess, things are most turbulent in the palace currently. The king is alive, but it's unlikely he will stay that way long. One thing is clear. Given Alacaster's motives to take over the kingdom, I doubt he will rest until the king is dead. The king's men have turned against him. Even if they are loyal soldiers left in the palace, we cannot contact them right now. Rescuing the king and the queen will be on us then. We just so happen to have people in this tavern that have a shot at rescuing him. Prince Rod has a key to the secret passage we can use to break into the palace. Secret passageway. Only the king and the commander have knights have the key to the passage. How did he get a copy? Who is going to join us on this mission? Jurian and Garland both volunteer immediately, followed shortly by Claude and Waltz. I'll go too. The room goes quiet as I step forward and volunteer. Princess, we can't allow you to put yourself in danger. I look at Claude, who's staring at me shocked. I took up the sword so I could protect those I care about. Princess, you don't have nearly enough practice. But I can help. I still have time to learn. I agree with Parfait, Princess. The palace isn't for you to try your newfound sword skills. Then you may as well chain me up because I refuse to stay here while you go save the king. Princess. Well, she has been practicing with the rest of us. Don't encourage her, Jurian. It's not like any of us can stop her anyway. Right. The princess is quite stubborn. Claude agrees with Jurian, but I can tell he does not like the idea of me going with them. If only we had time to get the reinforcements from Karma's country. Karma's country? Brigantia. How is it possible that a Brigantian citizen can simply ask for reinforcements? Karma is the crown prince of Brigantia. There's some shuffling in the room as everyone turns to gawk at Claude, Rumple, Anise, Rod, and Emma Jane all look shocked by the revelation. You're the lost prince? Lost prince. Sounds like a tragedy, doesn't it? Anise suddenly looks distressed as she fiddles with her thumbs. This time I've never known. My apologies, Your Highness. There's no need for such formalities in this. Well, I am the lost prince after all. I keep my lineage a secret, because right now I'm just a normal commoner. But you're the prince! Wouldn't you still ask for reinforcements? Even if I did ask for reinforcements, I'm pretty sure they would never come in time. Besides, I can't go back to my kingdom yet. We cannot go back, please, still cursed. The conversation continues in a more solemn tone. Eventually, we start speaking of our plan to enter the palace. When the details are finalized, I repeat everything to myself to make sure I understand what's meant to happen. Waltz will lead us to the palace. Jurian and Garland will follow right behind. Watch for the most immediate enemies. Leave it to us. Deal with any resistance before it touches you, Princess. And Karma will be watching from the back along with Delora.
A witch and a prince for backup. Laura smiles wryly. Lord rolls his shoulder.
I'd like to think of us as more of a closing act. Now, if all goes to plan, we'll have no need for either opening nor closing.
It's a small task force, which is better. Smaller, the better. The last thing we want is to be noticed. We decide to meet up again over the course of the next week to finalize the plan and carefully survey the situation in town before parting. Ford has taken to training me in Durian and Garland at the same time. Just the other day, he had us all attack him together. Even though I'm nowhere as good as a trained knight, I still managed to hit him once. I feel like things are coming to a sort of conclusion, and yet I haven't done 3 good deeds. Today, we finalize our plans for getting into the palace. We have mapped out where the king and Ophelia must be in the prisons, and the guards might be positioned, and how we plan on sneaking in. I sit down on my bed and I'm about to lay down when I hear something.
Hello, love.
Why, you're red. Were you thinking about me?
I notice he has one hand on his chest tonight, but then he has been doing that more often recently. I noticed it during practice, and sometimes when I catch his eye. Seems sick.
Darling?
I shake myself at the sound of Claude's voice. What if I was changing? You could have knocked.
Well, you didn't seem to have a problem when you walked in on me, changing without announcing yourself.
That's different. He strolls inside and steps closer to me.
He smiles at me mischievously.
Oh, how so? Cat, got your tongue pierced?
Claude shakes his head, his smile softening.
I really didn't mean to come and disturb you. I just have something important I needed to say to you.
Claude kneels down in front of me and furrows his eyebrows.
I want to insist that you reconsider going to the palace with us. As Parfait and Delora have said many times, it will be dangerous.
Nothing you say is going to change my mind. I want to do what I can to help everyone.
Yes, that terrifies me.
Terrifies you?
Your stubbornness leads you to putting your neck out there for someone. I would never forgive myself for your injuries. I want you to help me. Stay here where you'll be safe.
I'm not some damsel in distress that needs to be protected.
Luciette, all I want is for you to stay safe, so that when we save your father, you can face him with a smile.
I won't be able to face my father unless I'm one of the people to save him.
Stubborn as always.
I sigh, irritation welling up in my stomach at the look on Claude's face. He's calling me stubborn, but he's being stubborn about this. You said I've improved in my sword fighting.
You have. You've improved so much because of your resilience and drive, and because you're genuinely interested.
It's because I have a good teacher.
Oh, your compliment is gentle music to my ears. Your compliments mean a lot to me, Luciette.
My eyes fixate on the soft smile and the gentle crinkles at his eyes. My eyes lock. For a moment, I'm aware of the slight energy between us. I glance away hurriedly, not entirely sure of what would happen if I keep staring. My heart beats unsteadily in my chest.
Earlier today, I comforted your sister when she started crying about the things that had happened in the palace.
Emma Jane? Why would he comfort her?
I saw her crying downstairs in the reception room earlier today, without anyone there. She's a rather sweet girl, you know. keep thinking the two of you are completely different. You're both strong-willed and stubborn. She wears her emotions on her sleeve, and you keep them inside of you.
I'm not hiding anything if that's what you're implying. Mother always told me that crying was weak.
Claude stands up and leans forward. Before I know it, I'm in his arms. Luciette, I'm always here for you. I'm flustered again. My mind feels foggy. I can barely comprehend what's in my mind and my heart. I don't want to do this to him. I have to. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry. For what? My stubbornness. What pulls me away from him slightly and raises an eyebrow. Chuckles. Oh, but your stubbornness is one of the many things I like about you. My heart pumps loudly. I meant... Suddenly he steps back, his hands on his chest again. His breathing is heavy. I stare at Claude with wide eyes. Claude, are you okay? I'm... fine. It hurts. I sigh slowly, obviously pained. Quick, get a niece. No. I'm fine. I'm fine. I swear it's just a spell of dizziness, that's all. But you... manages a light, tight-lit smile before he straightens and shakes his head. His hands are visibly shaking. Must be tired. Lord! Do not tell anyone about this, okay? I don't want them to worry. Why is he so stubborn? He's very obviously in pain. I clench my hands into my fists as I frown at him. Why must you always be so secretive? Keeping something from me, Claude. Sorry, Luciette. Claude abruptly leaves the room, leaving me with my fragmented thoughts. Rescue. Do we go for it? Do I go for it? Or do I leave it? Given the time and that cliffhanger chat, I think that we will be saving for the night and heading off there. Gotta leave a little bit of tension for the next stream. How is everybody faring? How are you finding things and all of the dramatics that are happening with Claude currently? My heart be beaten. I am very, very intrigued as to why. I've saved my progress, that's fine. So we'll go to the main page. I'm very, very interested as to how we're going to continue with this rescue. So in the next stream, we will be rescuing the king. We will hope to win the heart of our most beloved and to upset the coup, restore the king to the throne, and maybe, just maybe, we might even finally make amends with our dear sister and brother. That's my hope for next week. So we will be playing the same again next week at 7 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, Daylight Savings specifically, on Wednesday again. So if you want to catch more of this particular game, definitely pop around next week. We will be there. And it will be awesome. It will be a wonderful conclusion. And who knows, we may even start
storyline within the story to try and get some more context. Clara says, I'm good. I did not expect the story to go this far with a coup and everything. I think it's very well written. Was not expecting the writing to be this good, to be honest. And it's a free game. I cannot stress this enough. This is a free game. If any of you guys want to play this, you can download it on Steam for free. For no money. And you too can have a heart-stopping experience like this. This is a free game. Clara says, whoa, free. Gosh dang. I know, right? I'm so happy about the fact that it's a free game. I am so in love with the character development as well. Like, this is so good. Like, I only know one other Ultimate game, and seriously? Yep. It is so good. But yeah, like, there are quite a few different ones. Karma is better written than Icky from Amnesia, I swear to God. Yes! And that is really hard to do. That is very hard to do. Also, Clara, were you there when we were doing the, our live streams? I can't remember if you were or not. But I think that you would really like that game. It's also a free game, and it's got ace representation. So it's definitely a good one. A good one to have, in my opinion. But yeah, let's see. Clara says, I don't think so, but I've heard of it. Yes, it's a free game. It's got ace representation. It's got neurodiverse representation as well. Like, I cannot emphasize this enough. I will send you a clip from the stream. I literally cried. Like, there was so much representation, and I felt very seen. Like, to the point where I was in tears for a good 15-20 minutes live. So that is also another very good game. You can also check that out. It is Our Life on Twitch. It is also a free game. They do have optional DLCs if you want to buy it, but you do not have to. It's just for extra characters if you want to date different ones. There is only one love interest for that particular game, but they're also releasing a second game, which is going to be very good. But yeah, it's Our Life Beginnings and Always is what the game is called. Highly recommend you check that one out. I have played 200 hours of that game, and I have not bought the DLC except for the wedding DLC, which was $5. And I've played 200 hours of it. I kid you not, it's so good. I would do that with this as well, but like, my intensity of my love for that game runs deep. Again, as I said earlier, we will be chucking resources and stuff into the Discord server, so if you are not in the Discord server, I highly recommend that you get on that train if you would like to hang out with all of these lovely people after stream. Just in general. We don't buy too much, you're all good. But yeah, so this is the link to the Discord. Feel free to join. You'll get live updates for when I'm going live with different projects, when I have videos and stuff coming out on the YouTubes, which you can also check out here if you get everything working. And there we go, the YouTubes. So you should have the YouTube link as well, so feel free to check out the YouTube channel. We've got some shorter cut down versions of some of the old streams that are popping up, as well as some of the just chatting segments that pop up between the streams, because there ends up being some really good advice. So yeah, what was the schedule again? Okay, so schedule is tomorrow I will be live at 12 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time Daylight Savings with Ace Phoenix Gamer. We're going to be finishing a section of
Super Paper Mario. For those that are interested, it's my first time playing. I get told that I make an excellent villainess and I should tie people up. And then also that I make a hot fairy voice. I don't get it, but you know, if you want to see that and the shenanigans that unfold anytime that I try and attempt a platformer, by all means, it's a wonderful story-driven game. I really enjoy it. I enjoy my time, and the banter that Ace and I have, pretty good banter. Highly recommend you check out Ace's channel as well. So that's Ace Phoenix Gamer over on Twitch. We're going to be looking at doing some other collabs and stuff in the future, mayhaps. So that'll be good. But yeah, so tomorrow, Australian Eastern Standard Time, 12 p.m. And then next week it will be Wednesday, which is so the same time, so Wednesday, and it will be from 7 p.m. until, depending on how long we get into the stream, possibly midnight again, because I have no self-control. But I wanted to leave some suspense to build and build. But yeah, so that is the stream schedule, and if there are any updates to schedules, or if I do an impulse stream or two, which does happen on the weeks, you will get notified first in the Discord, which is why I highly recommend you join the Discord. In other news though, we will be finishing off the stream, so we're hitting the end cards and going to go and raid. We will be going and raiding Naya Daydreams, who is another wonderful, cozy, neurodivergent streamer who is currently playing Stardew Valley, and I think that it's going to be a nice, cozy, warm time. So if you feel so inclined, please feel free to join me as we share the love that way. If not, until I see you all again, my dears, you have a wonderful time zone wherever you are in the world. Take care of yourselves, drink your water, and I will see you all in the next stream, maybe even tomorrow. Bye bye!